Aneke television. Heu agịrịgbo m dị egwu nkwa azụrụ n'ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu mma. Heu mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke telivishọn na-emerụ ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke telivishọn, bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke telivishọn idume. Heu na-emerụ ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiho mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke telivishọn. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu ahụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia, ọ dị na mgbagbu, ọ dị n'Enugu Sire, ọ dị na Naịjirịa.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Seems like high senses. Hey.
Good day, Nigerians. Electricity has always been a major concern for Nigerians, from households to businesses. Today, we hit the streets to ask everyday Nigerians on a simple question: are you satisfied with the current electricity supply in your area?
I think there is a little improvement in terms of distribution, but the tariff, I'm not happy with the tariff. There is an increase in tariff.
In AFCON so far, I'm talking about the match that was played yesterday, the final that was played yesterday between Morocco and Senegal. These two teams were spectacular, of course. Like you always know that Senegal has the best team and they play very good game. Well, that will not stop them too from scoring. Well, Morocco too, that will not stop Morocco too from doing what they know best how to do. That match was full of drama. It was full of tension, and it was full of indecision, I would say, because there were opportunities that were lost, opportunities that would have been converted, just like Ibrahim Diaz trying to call it into the goal, but it was not possible. And the next moment, the 94th minute of the extra time, it had to be that Senegal had to go and register their name on the score sheet. Well, I can tell you for a fact that we now have the best in Africa as touching to football, men's football. Of course, we have the best in Africa. Now, I just want you to let's take a little bit of dive into the man of the moment. We're talking about Sadio Mane. Sadio Mane, the man of the moment, the guy who has to give all his best. Well, we're going to still go to Nigeria, but let's talk about the champions, of course, because when we talk about the champions, we are going to, understand what really happened. This guy, he was the man of the match for yesterday's game, and he has become the player of the tournament. He is the player of the tournament. Sadio Mane, so far he has won 2 AFCON, and he has won a Champions League, and he has won a Premier League with Liverpool. He has won FA Cup, and he won Carabao Cup, and he won Bundesliga with Bayern Munich. So far, this guy is really and has really made a lot of impact in the world of football. I'm telling you, this so far is the best in Africa, and I'm telling you that we are having what it is and what it could be in the world of sports. Now, moving on to Senegal, we are talking about the Teranga Lions marking their second AFCON title after 2021, and because of that, Senegal president, Senegalese president, has issued a day break. Like, you know, he said that everyone should go and have a holiday today. He has announced that Monday across the country there will be a paid holiday. So if just go and have a good time, go and let's celebrate the winners. Let's celebrate our own people who won the AFCON. Of course, it was a difficult fight and a very hard terrain to pace, but you looking at what happens in football, you are seeing that there is a reason and a cause to rejoice. I can tell you that this is something we all have been looking at. Well, many people predicted that Senegal would win, and while many other people say that Moroccans are playing very well. Well, yesterday night gave us the result, and we all saw what happened. Now, moving on, we have the three main people who have been selected: the top scorers, the top scorer, the best player, and the best goalkeeper of the tournament. We are talking about the top scorer, Brahim Diaz of Real Madrid. He scored 5 goals in this tournament, and he could not score yesterday. He could not score in the other match with Nigeria, but he has registered a mark. He became the top scorer. And on the same line, we're talking about the best player of the tournament. That's Sadio Mane. You can see this is Brahim Diaz, not smiling, not even giving a damn to what Sepp Blatter is, the FIFA's coach, FIFA's president, is saying. He's just focused on this picture. Can you just snap me? Let me take my leave, please. I am not happy. Well, that happens, and that is what sports bring, emotions upon emotions, and we are seeing it here live and direct. We're also talking about the best goalkeeper, Morocco's Bono, the guy who had to stop Chukweze's penalty. The guy who also stopped the other of our guys' penalty. We're talking about him as the best goalkeeper. Of course, Eduardo Mendy tried his best yesterday. He had to. I told you guys that he stopped the penalty from Brahim Diaz. Brahim Diaz could have scored 6 goals. Eduardo Mendy stopped the penalty. He really made it upon all the distractions that came around him, and the dragging of towels, and a lot of conquest around what he will use to clean his face so that he can see road. Well, it ended in praise, I could say. It ended in the fight. It ended in the winning for him, and congratulations to Eduardo Mendy. He would have been the best goalkeeper for this tournament, but he was not. Of course, we are looking at him having other chances of winning many things. And congratulations to the team, Senegalese team. We are congratulating you guys. We are happy, and we are happy that you people came all the way. If Morocco had also won the AFCON, we would have congratulated Morocco. So we are happy that Africa's football is being recognized globally, and we are making that global impact regardless of the issues that we are having as a continent, which by the end and by the process of life is going to be resolved very well. Still on AFCON, we're talking about that this AFCON had to break the record of the goals scored in a single AFCON tournament. This AFCON had to be 120 goals compared to the last AFCON, which had 109 goals. Like I told you, Brahim Diaz had 5 goals, and Osimhen and the Egyptian Mohamed Salah had 4 goals respectively, and that already is about a lot of goals we are looking at. And yesterday, Brahim Diaz was awarded the best the highest goal scorer of the tournament, that with just 5 goals. And I'm telling you that if he had scored more and more, you would have seen that he would have made a mark. Now, same on the line, we're talking about Nigeria getting into the 3rd place of the AFCON getting their bronze medal. Of course, we're talking about something that we are all have been looking at. We are looking at the Super Eagles while they played their penalty. Mohamed Salah, Mwabali had to, stop Mohamed Salah's penalty, and Mwabali should go and frame this somewhere. I'm telling Mwabali to go and frame this somewhere, because this is something. This is one of the greatest, I will say, one of the greatest things that he has done in his career, and he has done for Nigeria, to stop that great guy from scoring that goal. Of course, we, the Super Eagles, we played the best we could, and we tried what we would have done. And at the end of the day, we are the number 3 team in Africa. We are the number 3 team in the Africa. We are grateful, and we can say congratulations to the Super Eagles for having to make such improvement, and having to bring the bronze medal home, and having to put all of us, give us that little smile on our faces. Of course, this guys tried. We would have seen a lot of progress if the right players were on the pitch for the match against Morocco. But we are believing that next time, in the next AFCON, we're going to make a lot of improvements, and we're going to have it at that. Now, I want to bring you to the stories that are going around and the scores over the weekend, and the ones that are very, very significant. I will say we're talking about Barcelona here having their 11-game unbeaten run coming to an end by Real Sociedad. Anything that is real when it comes to Barcelona, they feel like this is Real Madrid, but this was an away game from Barcelona. Barcelona had to concede 2 goals. Of course, it was something that they never saw coming, but their unbeaten run had come to an end. Well, I can tell you, I won't say a lot of things about this. You can see Marcus Rashford had to score his goal in the 70th minute, while other players, Guedes too, had to play too. Well, they scored Barcelona first, and looking at the game, they also had Carlos Sola had a red card which took him out of the game. Still on that, we are talking about Manchester United. Manchester United are winning Manchester City in the derby on Saturday, and I can tell you that Michael Carrick's team is doing so well. Well, Manchester United fans, you guys are amazing. Well, talking about the players, you could see that there was a fight. There was a fight for the best player of the game. There was really a fight for the best player of the game. I can tell you that the game was played with all agility. Manchester United scored 3 goals. Okay, is it 3 goals? 2 goals. 2 goals. I can remember first half. 2 goals were scored, but it was ruled offside. So we would have been talking about 5 goals, and Manchester United had 2 woodwork. We had the shot on the woodwork. 2 of the in different times of the game. I can tell you that the game would have been 4 goals to 5 goals from the game. Well, Manchester City never saw that coming. In the team play and in the team resolution, you could see now Manchester United was out for an attacking football. Manchester United was out for an attacking football, and I can tell you that that's the game that we have been expecting from what it means in the same Premier League and other leagues. We're talking about Chelsea. Chelsea yesterday won on Saturday won Brentford by 2 goals to 0. And this is the first win for the former RC Strasbourg manager who came to Chelsea, Rosenio. I'm talking about Rosenio, who came to Chelsea to make his own mark. Well, Chelsea won that game with 2 goals, and Manchester United, back to Manchester United and Manchester City, because I'm moving into the next guys who are Arsenal. Looking at the game, Manchester United paved way for Arsenal to top the league with 9 points, but guess what happened? Arsenal played with Nottingham Forest, and they had a 0-0 game. Well, Arsenal, you people have started again. No, Arsenal, you people have started. We won this match. You people should win your match. Just 1 goal. You say no. You are just playing what you would like. Now, where are you people? You people are just one. Look at it. Nottingham Forest, there was no goal. And there was actually no man of the match for them. And this is something we are seeing in the world of sports and in the world of football. What is really going on? What has been going on is still going on. Well, I want to tell you that still in the world of sport and especially football, the Crystal Palace boss Oliver Glasner has said to be ending his season with Crystal Palace, and he will leave Crystal Palace at the end of the season. Same with McGuehi. Well, he said that he will not renew his contract. He's going to leave Crystal Palace at the end of the season. This Olive Gessner won the Carabao Cup with Crystal Palace this season, and he has been fantastic while playing the 3-4-3 formation that was difficult for some coaches, I can say Ruben Amorim, to maintain. Well, this is what it is, and this is what football is. Same on the light. Maguire is going to Manchester City. Maguire is going to Manchester City from Crystal Palace. The deal has been done. He is on his medicals now, and he has passed the first medicals. He will go up to the second medicals from what we are hearing. And at the end of it, we're going to see what happens to Manchester City in the end of the whole thing. Well, I can tell you that this is where we call it a day in the world of sports. Remember, I'm your sports oracle, bringing you what happens in all over the world, especially in sports. And I'm telling you, we'll see same time, same station tomorrow as I give you more updates on the MPFL and other leagues across the world and other sports, of course, boxing and the rest of them. See you again. Have a good day. Bye.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Enugu is one of the 36 states of Nigerian Federation. It is located on a hilltop in the southern part of the country. It has a rich history and robust cultural heritage that boasts its uniqueness. Igbo is a widely spoken language in Enugu State. Enugu is popularly called the Coal City State because of its large deposits of coal and other mineral resources. Enugu has 17 local government area councils. The history of Enugu dates back to the early 20th century when the British discovered coal in the Udi Hills in 1909, which led to the development of Enugu City in 1912 as a thriving mining town. Enugu empowered the Nigerian railway system and electric plants greatly during the colonial era. On the 27th of August 1991, Enugu was carved out from Anambra to become a state. As the home of the Igbo people, Enugu's culture reflected in its music, art, and traditions. Enugu is situated in the eastern part of Nigeria, sharing borders with Benue at the north, Ebonyi at the east, Abia and Imo at the south, and Anambra and Kogi at the west. covering approximately 7,161 square kilometers. Enugu is characterized by undulating hills, forests, rivers and fertile soil, making it suitable for farming. The state experiences significant rainfall with an average annual precipitation of around 2,100 millimeters and temperatures averaging 28 degrees Celsius. The people of Enugu State are predominantly Igbo, one of the largest ethnic groups in Nigeria. The Igbo language is a fundamental part of their culture and identity, with many dialects spoken across the state. Language plays a vital role in shaping the culture and identity of the Igbo people. Enugu is very rich in culture and traditional practices, one of which is the New Yam Festival, Iriji, which is a traditional celebration that marks the beginning of the harvest season. Another significant cultural event is the Masquerade Festival, Mmong, a colorful display of traditional dances, songs, and drumming. During this festival, different communities come together.
And welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV, your trusted window to the major developments across Nigeria and the global community. I'm Deborah Wakaba, glad to have you join us. Federal government unveils new framework to protect public assets. Vice President Shatima arrives in Switzerland for 56th World Economic Forum. And on the foreign scene in the headlines, Starmer tells Trump tariffs on NATO allies are wrong. And on entertainment, Angela Okorie criticizes parents over kissing children on the mouth. And now the news in details. The federal government has unveiled a comprehensive framework aimed at ending the long-standing neglect of national infrastructure. The initiative, driven by the Department of Federal Public Assets Maintenance under the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, introduces standard operating procedures to ensure uniform maintenance of federal assets nationwide. The framework, anchored on Presidential Executive Order No. 11, mandates all ministries, departments and agencies to adopt proactive maintenance schedules to prevent premature deterioration of government buildings and equipment. To enforce compliance, standardized maintenance manuals and certification forms are being distributed across the Federal Public Service. The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Dr. Shoaib Belgur, said modern tools, including smart cards embedded with QR codes, have been introduced to give instant digital access to maintenance protocols, stressing that entrenching a maintenance culture is key to service delivery and value for money. Vice President Kashim Shettima has arrived in Davos, Switzerland to lead Nigeria's delegation to the 56th Annual World Economic Forum holding from January 19 to 23, 2026. He arrived from Conakry, Guinea, where he represented President Bola Tinubu at the inauguration of President Mamadi Doumbouya. On arrival, the Vice President was received by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tuga, the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, and officials of the Nigerian mission in Switzerland. The visit underscores Nigeria's renewed push for global economic engagement. Speaking to journalists, the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, said Nigeria would make a strong presentation of its investment opportunities at the launch of Nigeria House, aimed at attracting foreign investors and strengthening economic partnerships. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has returned to Abuja after a 20-day trip abroad undertaken as part of his annual leave. While away, the President attended the 2026 Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week, during which he witnessed the signing of a major trade agreement between Nigeria and the United Arab Emirates. His special advisor on information and strategy, Mr. Bayo Nanugo, confirmed the President's return in a statement. President Tinubu had departed Nigeria for Paris on December 28, 2025 and later proceeded to Abu Dhabi for the Sustainability Summit held from January 11 to 15th. The Enugu State Government, in partnership with Rotary International, has flagged off a 15-day free medical outreach at the State University of Medical and Applied Sciences Teaching Hospital, Igbo Eno. The program includes complex surgical procedures under the Rotary India-Nigeria Medical Mission. The Commissioner for Health in the state, Professor George Ugu, and Rotary team leader, Dr. Santosh Sida, said the outreach would provide specialized medical services while training local doctors. Governor Peter Mbah, represented at the event, reaffirmed his administration's commitment to building a world-class medical university. The governor said the state is investing heavily in medical education to address global manpower shortages and the short residents, especially those in Enugu North Senatorial Zone, to take advantage of the free services. The River State Governor, Similai Fubara, has reached to a fresh impeachment move against him, declaring that he remains focused on governance and security of the state. Fubara, who spoke to at an event in Port Harcourt, described the impeachment notice as a distraction. The governor said he would never support any action that threatens peace and stability, noting that the successful hosting of the international polo tournament reflects the state's stability under his leadership. He urged residents and investors to ignore negative narratives, pledging to upgrade facilities at the Port Harcourt Polo Club while continuing to deliver on his campaign promises. Meanwhile, the Ijaw National Congress and the River State Elders and Leaders Council have warned against the impeachment move against Governor Similai Fubara, describing it as politically motivated. They accuse lawmakers loyal to former Governor Nyesom Wike of pursuing personal interests. The president of Ijaw National Congress, Mr. Benjamin Okaba, said the process lacks popular support and amounts to a vendetta rather than constitutional accountability. He criticized Ijaw lawmakers backing the impeachment, saying they do not represent the views of their people. A member of the Elders Council, Anab Saraibe, warned that the move could destabilize the state and stall development, describing it as an embarrassment to Rivers people and the nation. In the meantime, the majority leader of the River State House of Assembly, Major Jack, has dismissed claims that the impeachment move against Governor Similai Fubara is driven by ethnic considerations. Addressing journalists in Port Harcourt alongside other Ijaw lawmakers, Major Jack stated that the move is solely aimed at upholding and defending the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He stressed that the actions of the Assembly are guided by constitutional provisions and not by ethnic interests. Also speaking, the lawmaker representing Okrika State constituency, Linda Sumyari Stewart, said the impeachment move is intended to strengthen legislative oversight and ensure effective checks and balances in governance. Governor Alex Oti of Abia State has declared that the factors holding the state back have been overcome, promising sustained development beyond his tenure. He spoke during a reception at Umuahia North. The governor said he expects to remain in office until 2031 and hand over to his successor, who would surpass his achievements. He dismissed opposition hopes of a return to the past, insisting Abia has entered a new era. Dr. Oti assured that the pace of development would accelerate, urging citizens to remain focused so as his administration lays foundation for lasting infrastructure and economic stability. Plans by Kano State Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf defect to the All Progressive Congress have stalled over the party's refusal to guarantee him an automatic ticket for the 2027 governorship election. Sources say the governor demanded written assurance for re-election and ministerial nominations. The APC is reportedly unwilling to sideline key stakeholders, including Deputy Senate President Barrao Jibrin, who is also eyeing the governorship. Despite the impasse, the party insists the governor will defect at the right time. The situation intensified after Governor Yusuf held a state executive council meeting in Abuja while displaying NNPP symbols, signaling continued loyalty to his party amid warnings of possible political crisis. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has sued the 36 state governors and the FCT minister over the use of security votes since May 2023. The suit filed at the Federal High Court in Abuja seeks full disclosure of how the funds were spent. SERAP said despite over 400 billion naira budgeted annually for security, insecurity persists across the country. The group is asking the court to compel the officials to provide detailed accounts and implementation reports. The organization argues that lack of transparency fuels poverty and insecurity, insisting that accountability in security spending is essential to protecting lives and property. Operatives of the Enugu State Police Command have arrested 4 suspected members of a one-chance robbery syndicate operating in Ababa, Aneke and other parts of Enugu metropolis. The suspects were arrested while operating with a tricycle. Police identified the suspects as Ndubisi Achoko, Najioke, Nwobodo Dennis and Chinedu Idam. They reportedly confessed to being part of a larger criminal network. The suspects have been arraigned and remanded in custody while the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Beatrice Giwa, reaffirmed the command's commitment to combating robbery and urged residents to remain vigilant. Kano State Police Command has arrested 3 suspects in connection with the killing of a woman and her 6 children in Dorayi Chiranchi quarters. The victims, identified as Fatima Abubakar and her children, were murdered on Saturday. Police spokesperson CSP Abdullahi Haruna Kiyawa named the suspects as Umar Awalu, Ishaku Yakubu and Yakubu Abdulaziz. He said the arrest followed intelligence-led operations directed by the Inspector General of Police. The suspects are currently in custody and will be charged to the court after investigations are concluded, as police assure residents of continued efforts to ensure justice and public safety. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Federal government unveils framework to safeguard public assets. VP Shetima arrives Switzerland for 56th World Economic Forum. And coming up shortly, Starmer tells Trump tariffs on NATO allies are wrong in Greenland crisis call. We'll be right back. Looking for a window to the world? A place where news, entertainment and culture come alive. Welcome to Aneke TV, your ultimate destination for stories that matter and moments that inspire.
At Aneke TV, we bring you breaking news, exclusive interviews, and live events coverage, all with accuracy, integrity, and a fresh perspective. From the heart of Nigeria to the far corners of the globe, we keep you informed, entertained, and connected.
Whether it's sports highlights, music and lifestyle trends, or community stories that touch lives, Aneke TV is more than just television. It's your companion in every moment. Rich, vibrant and truly unique, our programming celebrates the diversity and energy of Nigeria while keeping you at the pulse of the world. Don't just watch TV, experience it, live it. Move with the world with Aneke TV. Follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Because at Aneke TV, the world comes to you.
Aneke TV, move with the world.
Still on the news, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has warned US President Donald Trump against imposing tariffs on NATO allies over the Greenland disputes, describing such threats as wrong and counterproductive. The warning followed an intense round of diplomatic consultations involving Denmark, the European Union and NATO leadership. A Downing Street spokesperson said Starmer spoke with Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen, EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte before holding a direct conversation with President Trump. During the call, Starmer emphasized NATO's principle of collective security and rejected the use of economic pressure among allies. The disagreement centers on Greenland's strategic importance in the Arctic and reported U.S. pressure on NATO partners to advance American interests there. Starmer maintained that Arctic security is a shared responsibility and should not be exploited for trade or financial leverage. Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara has cancelled his scheduled diplomatic visit to Germany amid renewed instability at home despite a newly announced ceasefire. The visit to Berlin was unexpected to begin today. President al-Shara was due to meet German Chancellor Friedrich Merz and President Frank-Walter Steinmeier with talks focused on bilateral relations, reconstruction and economic cooperation. Meetings with German business leaders had also been planned. A German government spokesperson confirmed the cancellation yesterday, citing violent clashes in Syria between government forces and US-backed Kurdish fighters. Although a ceasefire and integration agreement was reached late Sunday, officials say the security situation remains fragile. Chilean President Gabriel Boric has declared a state of catastrophe in South Chile following deadly wildfires that have killed at least 18 people and displaced more than 20,000 residents. The worst-hit regions are Ñuble and Boy, where over 2 dozen fires are burning amid extreme heat of up to 38 degrees Celsius and strong winds. Authorities report that at least 250 homes have been destroyed and more than 8,500 hectares of land scorched. President Boric has ordered the deployment of all national emergency resources, warning that weather conditions are severely hampering firefighting efforts. Residents in high-risk areas have been ordered to comply immediately with evacuation orders. The Syrian government and the US-backed Syrian Democratic Forces have signed a comprehensive ceasefire agreement aimed at ending weeks of violent confrontation. They are integrating northeastern Syria. President Ahmed al-Shara announced the 14-point deal following a swift military offensive that returned Raqqa and major oil-producing areas in Deir ez-Zor to government control. Under the agreement, SDF forces will withdraw east of the Euphrates River and transfer administrative and military authorities to Damascus. In return, the government has formally recognized Kurdish cultural and linguistic rights for the first time in Syria's modern history. The deal also outlines the integration of vetted SDF fighters into national security institutions, signaling a move toward unified governance. And now in business news, Nigerian banks are accelerating recapitalization efforts as the March 31st deadline approaches with just over 50 working days remaining. Central Bank Governor Olayemi Cardoso has confirmed that 16 banks have met the new capital requirements, while 27 others actively raising funds. Deputy Governor Mohammed Abdullahi later disclosed that at least 20 banks have now complied. Major lenders including UBA, Fidelity Bank and First Bank have announced successful capital rises following regulatory approvals. Banks are now exploring private equity injections and restructuring options to meet the final threshold. Some traders across Abuja markets have reverted to cash transactions following the implementation of Nigeria's new tax law. Traders say uncertainty surrounding the law has created fears of multiple taxation on electronic transfers. Market operators in Mararaba and Nyanya reported that rumors of automatic deduction on bank inflows have driven the shift to cash payments. Customers have expressed concern that the practice undermines financial inclusion and cashless policy goals. Calls are growing for clearer government communication on the tax law's provisions. The federal government has tripled funding for the National Agricultural Land Development Authority in a major push to boost food security. Under the 2026 Appropriation Bill, NALDA's budget will rise from 7.43 billion naira to 25 billion naira, with nearly 19 billion naira allocated to research and development. The agency will also invest in farm machinery and rural infrastructure. Officials say the shift marks a move from land acquisition to mechanized, research-driven agriculture aimed at lowering food prices and increasing productivity nationwide. And now in sports, key stakeholders in Nigerian basketball have endorsed former NBA player Olumide Oyedeji to help resolve the long-standing leadership crisis in the sport. Following a meeting convened by the National Sports Commission in Abuja, FIBA Africa Zone 3 President Sam Amedu announced plans for a fresh NBBF elective congress by March 31st. The move aims to end years of litigation and factional disputes, restoring stability and allowing Nigerian basketball to refocus on development and international competitiveness. The Nigerian Football Federation has confirmed that Super Eagles head coach Eric Shelley will remain in charge despite reports of interest from Tunisia. NFF President Ibrahim Gusau praised Shelley's performance at AFCON 2025, where Nigeria finished third, unbeaten in regulation time, and scored a tournament record 14 goals. Attention now shifts to the 2027 AFCON qualifiers beginning in March as the Federation backs Chile to build on recent momentum. Senegal have defeated host Morocco to win the continental title in one of the most dramatic finals in tournament history. Pep Gueye scored the winning goal in the 94th minute after a controversial match that included a disallowed Senegal goal and a missed Moroccan penalty saved by Edouard Mendy. The victory secures Senegal's second title since 2021 and confirms their dominance, while Morocco's hopes of a historic home triumph ended in heartbreak. And now to entertainment. Nollywood actress Angela Okorie has sparked public debate after criticizing parents who kiss their children on the lips. In a series of social media posts, Okorie warned that the practice could expose children to infections and questioned why parents no longer restrict such affection to the cheek. Her comments echo similar concerns previously raised by other celebrities, reignited conversations around child hygiene and modern parenting boundaries. Actress Anita Joseph has called out married men who refuse to wear their wedding rings, accusing them of hiding their marital status. The comments come shortly after her divorce from MC Fish, as the actress says she is focused on healing and has no interest in new relationship. Joseph says her message is about accountability and respect for marriage, urging married men to be transparent and wear their rings proudly. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, here's a recap of our top stories. The federal government has unveiled a new framework aimed at safeguarding public assets across the country. Vice President Kashim Shettima has arrived in Switzerland to participate in the 56th World Economic Forum. On the foreign scene, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has told former U.S. President Donald Trump that tariffs on NATO allies are wrong during a crisis call over developments in Greenland. And in entertainment, Nollywood actress Angela Okorie has criticized parents who kiss their children on the mouth. And that's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I am Deborah Nwakoba. Thank you for watching.
Ohaneze Ndibo Worldwide has donated 19 million naira to 19 former players of Enugu Rangers International Football Club, members of the team that won the 1977 African Cup of Champions Clubs competition. The donation was announced by the President General of Ohaneze Ndibo, Senator John Azota Mbata, during the organization's Imobi meeting held at the International Conference Center, Enugu. Senator Azota Mbata explained that the gesture was meant to compensate for the unredeemed 25,000 naira pledged to each of the players by the federal government nearly 5 decades ago. The Ohaneze President General also highlighted achievements recorded during his 1 year in office, including plans to establish 7 professorial chairs across Ohaneze states to promote Igbo language, history and culture with a 35 million naira take-off grant.
Security is not just police on patrol.
It's not about where I live. Everybody feels it because, I mean, whatever you put in, before a day or two, it goes up. So, yeah, it's not satisfactory. So they need to review the tariff, you know, a government that feels for the people. People should enjoy something from the government. Almost all the things that are controlled by the state is on the increase. Think about electricity, think about fuel supply, water supply. It's not fair. An average Nigerian deserves a bit of fresh air, you know, so they can start it with reducing the tariff. For once, let's feel a reduction in tariff.
I'm not satisfied at all. The tariff is very, very high. Like 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too high. They should be giving us like 10 units for 1,000, please. It's too high.
It's affecting me because I'm using industrial machine. I'm using a lot of electronics, so it's affecting me seriously. Sometimes you will collect a customer clothes that we charge the person like 10,000 naira. The light that you buy to sew the clothes is even more than the money that you charge the customer, so it's too high. Please, they should do something about it. They should do something about it. Even if they should increase the units. That 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too much.
Please, oh, not fully satisfied, but it's the better. It's very, very better. I'm from the village, and we are getting it better now. At least when we have full light, and there's no day we don't have it. So I'm very happy now that something is very, very fine. Please, very fine. I mean very fine. Before, it used to affect me because I may not have, the main thing I have is the fridge and the phone. So at times I will put something inside the fridge, it will spoil. But now it's no more like that. When I put, if there's no light in the morning, it will be in the night. Then my phone now is always available. Yes, there's a big change. They are doing better. Please, myself and other people around me will confirm. Because it's a village that know the most thing that is happening.
There should be a constant interaction, one-on-one interaction, with stakeholder. There should be a kind of maybe monthly, I get me, or quarterly. The electricity distribution should convene a stakeholder meeting so that we can sit down and interact to know the way forward. Because the way things are, almost our earning is going into electricity.
They provide light very well, but the price is kind of high. But their light is, at least in a 24-hour space, we can have light for 20 hours. So the light is very stable. But it's just the amount, the tariff that is high.
There is a significant improvement in supply, I must confess. Yes, there is remarkable improvement. I can acknowledge that. But where the problem lies is most transformers are overloaded. And when it drops, when some phase fails, the response is not rapid. It's always very, very sluggish. Then in terms of tariff, government should try to subsidize electricity for the citizens. If this economy will thrive, 200 and something naira per, what is that, kilowatts or whatever, is so outrageous in the current economy. Many Nigerians are poor.
It's necessarily affecting us. Everybody is not comfortable. The business is affecting, livelihood is affecting, because when there's light, when there's electricity available, a lot of it takes shape. But when those things are not there, a lot of things will begin to dwindle, and many persons lives with the service of electricity. There are things you may not even use your generator to operate with. There are things you might use electricity to get into doing. But when those things are not there, it affects everybody. Even the consumers and the producers. It affects the whole structure of the society. So if those who are operating the electricity system in our society will not begin to understand that they are serving people, and the people know what they are doing, we are interested, we want to use these things for our daily well-being, then things will begin to flow very well.
Personally, I'm not satisfied in any way. Because, you see, sometimes it will take some time before they will bring the light. Sometimes they will bring it in a epileptic way, yet they still collect their money. They don't miss to collect their money. So for me, I'm not satisfied. I think they have to do some kind of reforms in their ministry, or whatever I should call it. Understand? Because it's not the consumers that will come and do whatever that is necessary to be done. It's the power authority. They are the people that will have to do something to improve the supply. But people are not getting the regular supply needed. But they collect money on a regular basis.
We have constant light, but the tariff is actually expensive. And I don't know about other people that could not or cannot afford tariff, how they are actually managing. They should reduce it a little. the amount for buying unit of light. They should like bring it down a little. Though I'm impressed with the amount of light we are getting currently, but it's too expensive, to be honest.
From Lagos to Enugu, Nigerians share their thoughts on the state of electricity today. Whether it's consistent power or consistent outrage, one thing is clear: electricity remains a top concern. We want to hear from you. Comment below, let us know your experience. Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV. Good day, Nigerians. Electricity has always been a major concern for Nigerians, from households to businesses. Today, we hit the streets to ask everyday Nigerians on a simple question: are you satisfied with the current electricity supply in your area?
I think there is a little improvement in terms of distribution, but the tariff, I'm not happy with the tariff. There is an increase in tariff. It's not about where I live. Everybody feels it because, I mean, whatever you put in, before a day or two, it goes up. So, yeah, it's not satisfactory. So they need to review the tariff, you know, a government that feels for the people. People should enjoy something from the government. Almost all the things that are controlled by the state is on the increase. Think about electricity, think about fuel supply, water supply. It's not fair. An average Nigerian deserves a bit of fresh air, you know, so they can start it with reducing the tariff. For once, let's feel a reduction in tariff.
I'm not satisfied at all. The tariff is very, very high. Like 4 units.
Technology surrounds us every day. from our phones to smart homes, but has it really made life easier or just more complicated? Today we hit the streets to find out what everyday people think.
It has done more good than harm. Because why? The harm aspect of it can be curtailed. It can be curtailed. It can be checkmated. If you put the necessary, just like some parents complain about their children, what they do using phone. If you don't give them phone, and if you restrict them from using phone, you can checkmate them. Even if you put DSTV in their rooms and you do parental whatever, and the parental control, you can restrict it. So those bad side effects of it can be, restricted. But we have to move. That technology is a movement, and you can't stop it. Development continues to come. People continue to come up every day with a new way of doing things, a new way of reducing the long time it takes for things to take place, and a new way of making it, more very convenient and at ease.
Technology has made life easier because a lot of things. What can you even mention? Can you mention car? Can you mention cell phone? Numerous. Technology has done a lot for us because of the negativity that is being attached. For instance, using phone to lie. Hey, hello, please, where are you? I'm in Lagos. While the person is at Holy Ghost here. Please, I have to start coming. Yes, I'm at Agbani Road. Why the person is at home? So again, they use it to do a lot of evil. They use it to lure you and kill people. They use it to snatch a lot of things, steal from you. That is the negative aspect of technology.
Well, I can say it is 50-50. In the sense that, coming to the positive side of it, technology has really made life easy. In the sense that people can easily, comfortably access information. That's why the net is called a global village. So it's very easy to access information now. Many people don't go to a library to read. Any book you need online, you can easily access it. Any information at all. Whether social, political, religious, otherwise, you can access them on the internet. But on the other hand, negatively, there are so many negative information in life that is causing problem, affecting the youth of this generation, who don't know their left and right. Whatever you give them online, they just swallow it hook, line, and sinker, and become a social menace to the society. A government should put in place mechanism to checkmate destructive information, so that youth will not be negatively influenced through it, and society at large.
Obviously, any normal human being in this 21st century know that it has actually made life easy. You get, or else the person is not, even though you're not used to these gadgets, you would have seen a lot of things that you'll be like, oh, triggered, or like, wow. For example, I'm a teacher, and it has helped me, my school has a smart TV, a smart board rather. Apart from that, phone, these days people are doing AI, is making money.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Ofoto, and pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You're watching Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, joy, and purpose. I'm bringing you that daily dose of brightness today. I'm Deborah Wakaba, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu. And it's Monday, 19 January 2026. So of course it's another new and wonderful edition of Sunrise here today. So it's a power-packed morning with our inspiration segment from words that are insightful, words that are thoughtful and purposeful. And also we've got the latest news, weather reports, business stock updates, hot topics, and our special sunrise pack to help us with our day.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Thank you for letting us here into your space this beautiful morning. We're here always to motivate, refresh, and inform. And we'll bring you our news headlines, all the key news update that you need to remain informed to be served hot and tasty. Please, don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
All right, now moving over to our morning show inspiration segment for today. Our morning show inspiration segment for today is coming from Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, and in a quote she says, "A dream doesn't become reality through magic. It takes sweat, determination, and hard work." I'm going to repeat that quote again. That says, "A dream doesn't become reality through magic. It takes sweat, determination, and hard work." Now, simply what this quote means is that success do not happen by wishing or hoping alone. That dreams only become real when we are willing to put in consistent effort, when we stay disciplined, and when we work hard even when it's difficult. And also when she says magic here represents shortcuts or luck, while sweat, determination, and hard work represent persistence, sacrifice, and resilience. So Chimamanda Adichie is reminding us that behind every achievement is unseen efforts, long hours, failures, learning, and refusing to give up. So I'm going to take this quote again, coming from Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, that says, "A dream doesn't become reality through magic. It takes sweat, determination, and of course hard work." Mr. Ocha, I'd like to know your own thoughts on this.
All right. For me, I think Chimamanda is quite apt in this very quote, in the sense that he just re-echoed everything that we've been saying since the beginning of the year, speaking to hard work. We know that success doesn't come overnight, and whatever your dream is, you have to put in the work, you have to put in the effort, and is those efforts, the sweat, you have to, soil your hands, you have to work till, and those dirty hands, like they always say in Igbo, na akajaja. So when you've worked, definitely success will come your way, and it's only through that work that you can be able to translate your dream into reality. And for me, Chimamanda in this quote sums up everything that we've been talking about the year. We just into the first month of the 12-month calendar, and we are all dreaming. We come into the year dreamers. We all have targets, New Year resolutions, and the only way we can realize those New Year resolutions, like some may call it, those dreams, I call it, is to work, and is only hard work that will bring them to fruition. So wherever you are, even in the marketplace or in your office, there's only one thing that you need: work. And that's what Chimamanda Adichie is telling us, that dream will not manifest in itself. It's only through effort and that determination. When you swear it, and that's serious determination, put in hard work, definitely, surely success will knock on your door and you will be celebrated.
All right, thank you very much for that. Like Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie has said, that we should work and we should be persistent and also resilient, that through determination and hard work, that's when we'll finally find success in whatever we do. And while you're doing so, please remember that each new sunrise is a platform where we grow. It is an opportunity where we learn something new or simply be more present in whatever we do. And let us know what this quote means to you. You can drop your thoughts on our social media platforms, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, or Aneke TV. And up next is our weather report for today.
Yes, next we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
In Oka, it's a mix of clouds and sunshine to kick off your Monday. So expect mostly cloudy skies this morning, with temperatures warming nicely into the low 30 degrees Celsius by midday and afternoon. It will feel warm but pleasant, perfect for early errands before the midday sun gets stronger.
And good morning, Enugu. Welcome to the coast city. It's another warm and mostly cloudy start, with the temperature ranging up to 30 degrees Celsius during the day. So stay hydrated.
And in Abakaliki is also riding with the warm weather train. You'll see mostly cloudy skies in the morning with temperatures climbing to meet 30 degrees Celsius through the day. Not too much rain, mostly dry and breezy vibes.
And good morning, Imo State. Welcome to Owerri. Owerri starts off with cloudy skies and warmth. As the day rolls on, those temperatures will hit the low to mid 30 degrees Celsius. You might see some afternoon or early evening thunderstorms. Classic southeast build-up.
And in Umahia's weather is trending quite similar to Owerri today, so expect cloudy beginnings, a hot and humid afternoon, and mostly cloudy skies lingering into the evening. Overall, little rain, but the humidity keeps things tropical.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, but do remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, it will be newspaper updates.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Aneke television. Heu agirbo mu bi egwu nkwa zere na ya mgboju okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. Heu mgbo wa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Heu na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ume Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu ahụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu steeti.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we're taking a look at our major papers for today with their major headlines coming from The Nation, Punch, Daily Trust and The Guardian.
And joining us this morning is Mr. Res Arum, our in-house analyst. Mr. Res, it's good to see you on a Monday morning.
Thank you for having me once more.
I hope you enjoyed your weekend.
Well, it was a near blissful weekend for me.
Near blissful?
Yeah, near blissful.
Oh, so what made it near blissful?
Yeah, unfortunately, there are certain things that actually happened that, almost marred the entire weekend, but it's near because it didn't completely my...
All right, but it's good to see you smiling this morning now.
Oh, thank you.
And Mr. Goodhope, the man of many parts, the mental mechanic, sports oracle, and the commissioner of, should I say no enjoyment?
No enjoyment.
It's a pleasure to see you this Monday morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Yeah.
All right, good morning to everyone. And now moving over to our newspapers for today, starting from The Nation headline. And the headline there says, recapitalization, 20 banks in race to escape CBN hammer. And in the Punch paper, the major headline on the Punch says, petrol war importers outpace Dangote with 62% supply in 2025. And now on the Daily Trust headline, the major headline says, nephew linked to Kano family massacre. And on the Guardian paper, where the major headline there says, sex, new capital rules stirs anxiety, stress test portfolio managers. I'll be starting today's paper review from the Punch headline. The Punch headline that says importers outpace Dangote with 62% supply in 2025. Despite high expectations from the Dangote refinery, fuel importers still dominated Nigeria's petrol market in 2025, supplying a massive 62% of the country's fuel needs. Industry figures show that logistical challenges, pricing issues, and regulatory hurdles slowed local refining capacity. The development has reignited debate over Nigeria's continued dependence on fuel imports, even with Africa's largest refinery now operational.
All right. Looking at the Nigerian petroleum industry sector, I assume that most Nigerians, like myself, would expect that by this time that we won't be speaking to issues of fuel importation in Nigeria. But the report that's been read to us points to approximately 18.97 billion liters, being the total consumption of Nigerians in speaking to petroleum motor spirit. And then the oil marketers are, responsible for bringing about 11.85 billion liters of this quantity. And then the rest of them, which is about 7.54 billion liters, when you subtract it, accounts for about 37.55%, which is dependent on the Dangote refineries, the modular refineries that we have, speaking to domestic refineries. And when you look at this number, it still speaks volume to our dependence on imports. Though there is a speculation by many analysts, Mr. Reyes, that with government policy that will come on around first quarter of this year, around March, talking to 15% tariff on imported petrol motor spirit into the country, that would force down dependence on importation. But be that as may, one thing that is obvious when we take in these numbers is that Nigeria, a producer of crude, with our national refineries not contributing its weight to this, it's obvious that Nigeria will continue to be dependent on foreign imports. Mr. Reyes.
Well, that we are dependent on foreign importation of petroleum products, especially the premium motor spirit PMS, is because of mismanagement. We have refineries in Nigeria. When they were producing, we were not importing products, petroleum products from across the globe. But today, we are dependent majorly on imports. We are even talking about a certain percentage of 30-something, because we already have the Dangote refinery in place. If we had no Dangote refinery in place, then there wouldn't be anywhere we hinge on. It would have been almost 100%. When you talk about modular refineries, where are they? How much are they? How much of PMS are they producing? When you talk about the refineries owned by the states, that is the federal government owned, Kaduna, Warri, Port Harcourt, where are they? Are they producing? Most of them are moribund. They are completely off. I do not know if it is sabotage, because they tell you, if we begin to look at the whooping sums that has been used in doing a turnaround, they call it turnaround maintenance, all year in, year out. In most often the government comes in, a turnaround maintenance is done, and we have not seen products come out of these places. I ask if what is happening to these refineries is a result of sabotage. Are there people who are sabotaging it? Are those importers of the other petroleum sabotaging it? Because even the Dangote refinery started having problems, when it started, which tends to have pointed at some people trying to sabotage that refinery from somewhere. Only that the man Dangote, the African richest man, had to assert his weight, authority, and that's how he continued. And we have seen how his product has been coming down, at least as we are talking now. He sells the cheapest in Nigeria. So, the the petroleum product importation seems to have been given to a clique of monopolists, because they even actually wanted to determine the price of PMS by Dangote refinery. They wanted to, but the man could not allow it because it has been deregulated, and the prices, every marketer should find his own price at any level he can. And that's exactly why Dangote is selling differently, while the importers are selling differently. But at the same time, if Nigeria will begin to put some percentage tariff on importation, how do we make it up? Where are the PMS coming from that will be used by Nigerians? Because the total consumption is high. If they begin to put tariff, it means the importers will now begin to have products at a very high price. And at a very high price, we shoot the product up. And it will not all go well for Nigerians. In fact, the transportation system, especially those that use the premium motor spirit and the gasoline, it will be difficult to move people, goods and services from one place to the other in Nigeria. And especially when the economy is not in a very fine footing and you're talking about tariff. Pretty soon you talk about tariff. Pretty soon you revert to subsidy. Pretty soon, in fact, this wobbling and fumbling of policies have actually affected Nigeria negatively, especially the economy.
All right. Nando was speaking to this issue, speaking to dependence on foreign importation, and we've seen the federal government have given out licenses, and from information, very soon BUA may come on board with its own refinery. But beyond that, do you see a way out for Nigeria from being foreign dependent on importation of premium motor spirits into the country?
Well, there's been a planned way out. One, the refineries we have, the way out is for the federal government to privatize, sell out these refineries to individuals. Let them manage it, just like Dangote is managing his. And you certainly know that an investor will manage his investment very well. Otherwise, it will be an effort in futility for all the investment that the investor must have sunk into that business. So they will manage that investment very well, and they will produce, and they will sell. And they will sell, they will try to have turnover. And if they do, they will be making money. The federal government will be making money because they have sold, taxes will be paid and all that. So, but now that these refineries are not producing, and workers are being paid, that's the problem. Workers are being paid, yet the institute, the organization they are working for, do not even produce, do not even make ends meet, not to talk of profit for government. So, you see, a whole lot of money is being wasted. I don't know if government is actually serious about the petroleum downstream sector. Because if they are very serious about it, they gave out 40 licenses. And the 40, nobody has come on board except Dangote. And we have been talking about BUA. At what level are they? Where is the refinery? At what level have they been able to set up the BUA refinery? Then what happens to the 38 others? Have they even done a land breaking? They have not. So where are they? Why must those licenses subsist? Why won't government withdraw it? Why won't government, cancel it, avoid it, and give it to people who may be serious? Sometimes when you have people who are willing to build refineries coming to Nigeria, there are still sabotage. People will begin to work against the approvers and all that. Okay, the ones approved, where are they? Do they want the license just to have license?
Or are there other businesses they want to do with a refining license? I don't know. So the only way out is privatize, or privatize the existing Nigerian-owned refineries, so that those who are in charge will be able to make them work. Then, if those refineries are working, Dangote is working, and then the ones issue license, maybe about 5 again come on board, I don't think we will need to import any petroleum product in Nigeria. Instead, some of the refineries will be exported. So that is the way out of the quagmire. If we do not do that, then it means that somebody somewhere is playing some songs and the others are dancing it.
All right, but on a very lighter note, do you see Nigeria being an exporter of a premium motor spirit without depending on importation?
Nigeria could be. With what I've just said, what I've just said here now, if those things or those actions are taken and implemented effectively, Nigeria will export.
In the nearest future?
Of course, yes. Even as importers of petroleum, we still export to the West African sub-region. Presently, the importers still export. They still, of course, they even do it illegally. They push most of these products to the neighboring states, neighboring nations, and because they make a hell lot of money from that.
All right. One good thing with this whole scenario with the Dangote refinery coming on board and the few modular refineries that we'll speak to, one good thing when you combine the efforts, both the local refiners and the importers, is that we'll no longer have queues, petroleum queues in Nigeria, and that seems to be what most Nigerians are enjoying. This, I bet, the high cost when compared to previous years where we queued but we could buy them at a very cheaper rate.
Well, you see, petroleum products are bound because a lot of people have gone into importation of products, and with the importation of products, they sell, they make profit. And though anybody who is in buying and selling business and makes profit, will always continue to do that. And of course, I believe that even the importers want the situation in Nigeria presently to subsist in such a way that their businesses will be thriving. You see, some of them do not even want to go through the rigors of managing a refinery. And that could be exactly why some of those given licenses who are also into importation, because I know some of them are into importation. That's why some of them do not even want to go into building the refineries, which of course we know is very cost intensive. You require a lot of financial support from financial institutions to build a very workable refinery.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now moving over to our next paper coming from the Nation headline. And the Nation headline, major headline there says, 20 banks in race to escape CBN hammer. The race is officially on in Nigeria's banking sector. 20 commercial banks are scrambling to meet the Central Bank of Nigeria's new recapitalization deadline. With higher capital requirements, now the rural banks are raising funds through rights issues, private placements and measures to avoid sanctions from the CBN. The message from the regulator is loud and clear. Meets the new standards or face serious consequences, including possible downgrade or loss of operating licenses.
All right, Mr. Ress, for me this is a very good one, speaking to the Nigerian financial sector, especially the banking sector, where this is not the first time we're seeing recapitalization and reforms in the banking sector. You remember in 2003, the era of Chukuma Soludo, when Nigerian banks, knowingly recapitalized, and since then we've not seen situation where we'll see collapse bank, or in the morning you see people running to banks, due to fear that banks are about to fold. banks rarely fold in Nigeria again, given to these reforms, recapitalization, and we are being told that it's still remaining 52 working days, and about 27 of the banks, are yet to meet the capitalization, while 16 have already recapitalized, as seen by the likes of the UBA, First Bank, Fidelity, and the likes of it. But Mr. Rice, for me, like I did say, I'm happy to see these reforms in banking sector. But what would you say to this whole issue, giving us a more sophisticated financial industry where we will begin to not just operate in Nigeria and dominate Nigeria, but where we can dominate other African markets? Speak to the other foreign banks that you have, that look at, for example, the likes of Morgan Chase that operate beyond their shores. These are big financial institutions. When can we get to that level?
Well, the banking industry in Nigeria has been really growing. We had days when you had the failed banks and people lost their money, their deposits with the banks and all that. Although the NDIC, the Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation, were able to reimburse, but just a certain percentage of your deposits. You finally still lose out a good sum of money. Today, after the Soludo recapitalization of banks in 2003 or thereabouts, we have had very robust financial situation in banks. Our banks have become more robust than ever, beyond just recapitalization and beyond. There have been mergers. There are banks that have been able to come together to form stronger banks. We know about the Access Diamond merger and others. Today, there is a new wave of recapitalization by the banks, and some of these banks have not been able to do that. Of course, with the placement of right issues and other instruments of fundraising by these banks, some have been able to do theirs effectively, about 16 banks. It will be good if we have just maybe 20 banks or 30 banks in Nigeria that has very robust, strong base. The recapitalization is for you to have a strong base, so you'll be able to do your businesses and be able to fund projects that can impact on the economy positively, on the economy of the country. So when you talk about the time we expect one of our banks to be like, some of our banks are already growing. We know about the First Bank, we know about Access. These are banks that have been moving beyond the shores of Nigeria. But it will take some time, really, because the economy of the country, the macroeconomic condition of Nigeria has not been very, very wonderful as to begin to go to other countries and begin to dominate. We know Jais Bank and, of course, the one we call the international banks that have been able to, spread their tentacles in many countries of the world. One day, we will have a very serious bank, very serious banks that will be able to have tentacles even in the West African sub-region in such a way that our banks will be known and be ready for business, because at least for these banks to survive, give out money for projects and of course make their percentage profit from that or whatever interest rates they're doing. But the problem with Nigerian banks is that the interest rate is high. And that tends to, make investors that want loans to shy away. To raise funds for investment in Nigeria is always difficult because one, the interest rate is high. Two, the kind of collateral security that they want are such that some of the investors are not able to do. But in other climes, there are ways that government come in to support investments. There are ways government, just like government wrote off the bill on NNPC, 5 billion. In climes, the moment you are seen to be a businessman with some kind of integrity that the state can trust based on the workings of your business so far, the government will always come in to help and set up such industry, because as they do that, they are creating employment for the teeming population. And these employed persons also pay tax. So government, of course, in a kind of circular or spiral, dependency, they make money. They make money from the taxes being paid by these workers. If workers are not there, there will be no taxes. But if investments are there, companies, productive companies are there, and the workers are there, they will all make money. Government will make money, the investors will make money, the individuals who are working will take care of their responsibilities domestically and all that. So, and the economy will be flourishing. And of course, the per capita or GDP will be growing.
All right, that will make a serious impact into the economy. But my question to you this morning, speaking to this restructuring and the recapitalization of banks, it spoke to high interest rates. Are we going to see a situation where, after this recapitalization, the banks may have excess, liquidity available, such that they will reduce the interest rate and be able to, finance startups without demanding heavy collaterals and security?
You see, double-digit interest rate has been the bane of people applying for funds from financial institutions in Nigeria. And if at least somebody will go, I'm aware of a certain loan given out to persons in Nigeria through microfinance banks at a single digit. And before you knew it, after the loan has been taken, the organization said that the interest rate is now double digit. And that in its own is actionable, because that wasn't the earlier agreement. So double digit interest rate in Nigeria are the things that are killing businesses in Nigeria, especially where you need funds to either expand the business or to start a fresh business. So the double-digit interest rate becomes high. You find out that while you are struggling because there's no power, while you're struggling to produce at competitive prices with the ones imported overseas, you find out that you produce at a very high rate. Your prices will be higher than even the ones imported. The turnover becomes low, and you have interest to pay to the banks. So at the end of the day, you find that you are incapable of meeting up with interest. And these days, the interests are compound. The interests begin to compound, and it grows astronomically in such a way that those businesses begin to have problems. Sometimes they collapse, and their investments, what's on ground, are sold by the bank to recover their money. So this is a very difficult situation.
Okay, let's look at a situation where now that we are told that about 27 banks are yet to meet the capitalization, given that they still have about 52 days. But in a situation where among these 27, there are those who are unable to meet these recapitalization efforts, what are we going to witness in the area of we're going to classify them into regional banks that grade them to microfinance banks?
Something like that. The central bank will come out with a policy. They will not close them as banks. They will come out with a policy and grade them, and they'll operate within the grade that the central bank has been able to do. And there are other ones that might understand one another, and they'll merge, to meet up the capitalization, the recapitalization. They'll meet up. If they merge, if 1-2 banks could come together, they will still meet up the stipulated amount for capitalization. We should be about 500. It should be about 500 billion. 500 billion. So some banks could merge and come up stronger to become very viable banking institution.
All right, finally, before I let you go on this, you will know that the 2003, during the era of Chukuma Soludo, we were told that some banks, were shaky, leading to why the central bank then pursued the policy of recapitalization, merger, and acquisition by most of the banks, which strengthened the banks until we had the CBN governor, the era of the Sanusi Lamido, now Emir Sanusi Lamido, where the banks were equally forced into recapitalization, acquisition, leading to some banks becoming moribund, where we do not hear names like Oshoni Bank, Intercontinental, and the likes of it. Now, I ask, what do you think that informed the CBN to want to pursue the recapitalization of banks, where we no longer experience collapse of banks? Do you think that they are worried that some of these banks do not have that financial capacity to
Strong
meet
base,
modern...
Strong base. There is definitely, you see, the CBN is the banker's bank, so they know the base, the financial base of each bank. And they know that these banks do not have very strong base as at present, and really need to recapitalize in such a way that they'll be stronger, and then we won't expect any mishap following the loss of monies by investors, by depositors in these banks. That is why they want these banks to have a very strong base, financial base, and that is why they're called for. And they wouldn't want a situation where banks will begin to fizzle out, like the then Oshonic and all the rest of others that went into the blues because of lack of capital investment. So the central bank in its policy is truly working, because we have seen the way the naira and the dollar is performing in the economy recently. It has shown that some of the policies, or most of the policies that are being put in place, are effective. It may not be Eldorado presently, but we expect that with very strong implementation of these policies, that the economy will come back smoking in real terms.
All right. Finally, and again, there is something I want to bring out. I don't know. When you look at this recapitalization, speaking to the traditional banks, when I will say the traditional banks as compared to the fintech banks, speaking to the likes of what do you call it, the OPay, the Money Point, when you compare their operation as to the traditional banks, don't you think that there is still, with this recapitalization, that we still need more improvement in the area of technology, with this traditional banking institution, because they seem to be bettered by these fintech financial institutions?
Well, it is about the involvement of technology in the things we do. If you are apply technology in what we are doing, especially with the current innovations, technological innovations across the world, you see, those days we had nothing like ATM card. You go to bank to queue up, you stay like many hours. But today, you have a point of sale.
POS terminal?
Yes, point of sale machines, and then you use your card, access money, and walk out within minutes. So, which is easier. The fintech banks, they'll pay Money Point and the rest others. They're all there. Do we even know? Although central bank on their own is trying to guide and put on policies that will ensure the safety of people who are banking in those banks. But where are they? Do they have such a capital in the central bank as the traditional banks? If they do, fine and good. So the traditional banks should be able to apply technology. That's all. It's part of the investment to make things work, so that you come into the bank, you go to do any transaction, you could stay in the the comfort of your room to do most of your transactions without, or the comfort of your office, without actually having any problems. So technology is just the base. That is what differentiates the fintech banks with the traditional banks. And the traditional banks, some of them are not technologically
savvy. All right. Thank you for those in-depth analysis. One thing that is obvious here is that with the recapitalization, the banks will become more competitive and perhaps be able to technologically challenge the fintech banks as well. Over to you, Debbie.
All right, thank you very much. Now we're taking a look at our trending stories in Nigeria. Now the first trending story on politics and governance. It says Vice President Kashim Shettima has arrived in Davos, Switzerland to lead Nigeria's delegation at the World Economic Forum 2026. The Vice President is scheduled to meet global leaders to discuss investment opportunities, regional security and economic partnerships. Shettima is also expected to highlight Nigeria's reform efforts in governance, infrastructure and trade. His visit aims to attract foreign investment while positioning Nigeria as a key player in global economic discussions.
All right, it's quite encouraging that Nigeria is talking about, the reforms and being able to attract foreign investment into the country, despite the challenges that we've faced as a people. Speaking to issue around security is quite, heartwarming to know that here the Vice President is out on this engagement, while Mr. President himself is coming into the country after a 20-day absence, where he is equally, been in Abu Dhabi, where he's been wanting to attract equally investment into the nation. Mr. Rez, I think it's a good time for Nigeria.
Well, naturally, in a situation like it is in Nigeria, we really need to canvass for investment. It is just a canvas. These are the people on whose shoulder it is to run Nigeria. The president and the vice president. And the vice president is there, the economic summit. He goes there to begin to tell them Nigeria is good for investment. Nigeria is worthwhile. The security situation, we're beginning to tackle it. Your investment will not be, your investment will be protected. There's an assurance that insecurity will not affect your investments. Investments will work, and so on and so forth. These are things naturally, but then sometimes these things are easier said than done. Easier said than done in such a way that you might say, we have this, we have that, we have, situation is good. The investment in this country will give you a whole lot of things, and then you put up some statistics and put up some statistical data toward investments. But does it work like that? Remember, the economy of Nigeria is very erratic.
What do you mean by that?
Being erratic is that the economy do not succumb to most principles, the economic principles. The principles of demand and supply, the principles of elasticity and all that, these are basic, economic principles. the 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 situation in Nigeria does not succumb to it.
All right.
If you say you are going to increase the workers' pay, before the increment, that's an inflation.
All right. Is those unique traits that make the Nigerian economy more attractive to foreigners, being that what works here really works in other climes, and is a very, very good environment for businessmen to make money. And seeing the chief marketers of Nigeria being on this journey to attract foreign investment, still quite commendable for me, Mr. Ares.
I can say that from the whole thing, this way, we know a few years ago some big brands left Nigeria due to the economic situation that came up. So I can tell you for a fact that themselves marketing Nigeria and trying to bring in back these investors will tell you that we are getting back to where we used to be as one of the Africa's best economy. And that is something that I've been looking up to, especially the Glasgow Smith Line company that left Nigeria a few years ago, and other companies too. So we are looking forward to that coming back to the system.
All right, Deborah.
All right, thank you. Still on politics, it says the United States Embassy in Abuja and the consulate in Lagos are closed today for Martin Luther King Jr.'s Day, affecting all visa, passport and consular services. Officials urge Nigerians with urgent matters to plan accordingly and check embassy communications. The closure reflects U.S. observance of the holiday honoring the civil rights leader. Routine embassy operations are expected to resume on Tuesday, January 20th, 2026.
All right. I think this is something for Nigeria to learn from, being the respect that when you see these developed nations, especially the United States, the respect they give to their heroes, men, women who contributed to the success of their nation, is no doubt. Look at the embassy in Nigeria being closed. A lot of visas, a lot of people who are on queue for visa today is gone. Their delay is obviously because there are people who are on a fast track. They want to leave Nigeria for one issue or the other, call it medical, education, a lot of issue. But as far as the United States government is concerned, today is a day set aside to honor the contributions of Martin Luther King Jr. to the nation, to United States, and that is no doubt. And for me, it's something that is worth emulating, and I link that to our Heroes Day recognition or celebration, speaking to the observance on 15th of January. And for me, this is a way to go. There is no doubt that we'll have to copy, things like this going forward. We'll have to celebrate our heroes, and that in itself, for me, would encourage, the young ones who are coming up to see that yes, there is need to contribute selflessly for the growth of one's nation. Mr. Rest.
Yeah, you see, the only way we try to recognize and celebrate our heroes is on the 15th, like you say, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day. But have we been able to institute days of remembering many of our heroes? There are heroes, the independent heroes, those who fought for the independence of this country, and we got it in 1960. We have days for them. But you see America recognizing the contributions of Martin Luther King Jr. and closing embassies, not giving a holiday for everything they are doing. You see, it's quite commendable. This is a country that have thrived over the years, and their pattern of doing things has been really wonderful. It's worth learning from. The Nigerian people, the Nigerian government should be able to learn some of these things. Of course, we are even learning democratic culture from that of America, and we'll learn many other things, and the American national way of doing things. We'll learn so many other things. So it is worth doing to actually recognize the heroes of the country, and people like, I don't know, many heroes in the United States, and some presidents that has performed above par during their tenure in the United States. There are a few of them that are specially recognized and celebrated by the American people. In Nigeria, we have not had it.
All right, Mr. Goodhope.
Yes, like we had last week, just on Friday, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day. That's a part of what we were talking about, having the days where we celebrate our heroes. Looking at America, carving out this day and shutting down the embassy business, the international traveling side of their activities, just to remember their heroes, especially Martin Luther King Jr. That tells you that nationalism, we always have an upper hand, and we should actually celebrate those who has contributed to the growth and to the existing justice we have in our society. That's what it is, because you see that when these things are sidelined, it will not make many people who want to come into the picture, who want to introduce certain things, who want to bring up certain gifts. It will delay that particular thing. And looking at Martin Luther King Jr., what he did, especially not just for US, of course, but for the whole world, for that side of it, it is something that we will need to bring into our culture. We will need to bring back to our state as a country. That is very important.
Yes, that's quite commendable, given the efforts of Martin Luther King Jr. to see to the eradication of racial abuse, race segregation in the United States, and which, like you rightly pointed out, impacted the whole world. And for me, is a day worth celebrating, and Nigeria should learn from that tradition of celebrating heroes.
All right, thank you very much. Now we'll be taking a look over at entertainment and culture. Now in entertainment and culture, popular Nigerian artist Burna Boy was reportedly delayed at a Moroccan airport while traveling to perform at an AFCON 2025 related event. Officials say the delay was due to standard customs and security checks. Burna Boy later resumed his journey without further incident. The brief detention became a trending topic among fans and media, emphasizing the global attention Nigerian artists receive during major international sporting events.
All right, when I saw this news, a lot of things went through my mind, but let me reserve my Mr. S. I want you to go first on these.
You see, most of these celebrities, they have this kind of panache, which they exhibit wherever they go. And then, you see, there could be some altercation between himself and the security agencies of that country, especially where you need to go through the luggage, look at the content of these luggages, because some of these young people are seen to be aligned to some certain, well, I do not know. Let me not allege here.
All right, all right.
So they actually wanted to give him some very serious checks.
We are told that that was due to standard custom and security checks.
That's it.
All right, Mr. Goodhope.
Well, he later performed, of course, after the whole incident, and the major person that intervened was the CAF president. He had to intervene because the time for his performance, the whole schedule was coming up, so he had to. There was some sort of intervention that was needed to come to the table. Well, I could think that looking at a celebrity, this is a lesson for us to learn, even in Nigeria, that it does not matter who you are. If you are meant to go through a particular process for you to be cleared, so that you can go into what you need to go into, it does not matter who you are. You should actually be cleared. I don't know the time of the arrival, of course. He would have arrived earlier or maybe later, but it is something we need to learn. Let's bring this down to what we used to have even here in Nigeria. Sometimes there are some times you see on the news, certain of these celebrities, certain of these actors are beating. Let's just use the common traffic lights that we have. So you see somebody, you can't queue on the in the line for something. You are beating traffic. This is what we have in other climes, and this is something we should bring back to have in our.
All right, Mr. Rez and Mr. Goodhope. My question to you is: could we attribute this to his traveling with the Nigerian passport? Don't you think it may be a factor in all this? If I'm to trump up this card, because Burna Boy is an international celebrity, recognized, world over, I suppose. Yes, if someone has been able to pull the crowd that he pulls when performing in places like the O2 Arena and the likes of it, then such a person should be given that recognition of place. And I ask, do you think that this delay has anything to do with his nationality, being a Nigerian?
Yes, sir.
Well, it's not about being a Nigerian. Let me tell you, there are security checks that are almost cast, that you must go through, no matter who you are. He doesn't have the kind of international immunity. He doesn't have a diplomatic passport. Yes, he has a Nigerian passport. And ordinarily, he should go through the security checks like every other person that's coming into that country. It's only the diplomatic, the people with diplomatic passport that most often security organizations.
Sorry to interrupt you. I know he wasn't traveling on diplomatic passport, but you mean to tell me that this is the standard in that country where they had to security checks delay you from getting through?
It has not been. Of course, it has not. The country has not been indicted for doing the wrong thing.
But one thing that is obvious is that of delay.
The country has not been indicted that they did the wrong thing to the young man. He took the intervention.
But security check that delayed, such making it newsworthy.
You know that when people like that are traveling, they have luggages, and will you pass those luggages? It is only diplomatic luggages that are not checked.
No.
So if you have voluminous luggages, it must have to be checked thoroughly to ensure that you don't have any security risk. You are not bringing any security risk on the country.
Yes, perhaps he may not have arrived the time he should have arrived.
No, but perhaps, if I may, the fact that he was coming to perform for AFCON, African tournament, and this is a tournament that we are celebrating all over Africa, shouldn't he be given right of place, even if he had several luggages? I know he would travel with entourage, but he should be given right of place, such that on recognition, one, because he is a celebrity, recognized, and coming to perform for that occasion should give some room for him to be given some preferential treatment.
Yes, that is if CAF actually provided for such special security for him. It is dependent on what application that he made, or what provisions that were made by CAF in collaboration with the country security system. So if they have not done any special thing to ensure that he's fully carried along freely, that he walk in freely and walk out freely, and they won't do it. They will see him as one who has come to do his business, because it is a business he hired by CAF to come.
So he's a special guest. He's a special guest.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, but Mr. Rez, what you are not addressing is my fear that perhaps this could do with him being a Nigerian, dealing with the match between Nigeria and...
Wait, he wasn't the only Nigerian that actually visited Morocco during the CAF championship. Nigerians trooped into Morocco en masse, and then there has been reports, indicating that some problems, was there during their entries. So I said that whatever the case is, the security of the country knows why they actually had to delay him, probably to, to scrutinize him, and he's there because Burna Boy doesn't come as just one person. Remember, he comes with entourage and all that. So these people has to be screened, all of them. They have to be screened. Their luggages have to be screened. And if there are many, certainly it will take time. If Burna Boy thinks he could walk just into the airport and
but we are speaking to the tension here. We are speaking to the tension here, not just delay, but the tension. When you listen carefully when she read, at a point, the brief detention became a trending topic among fans because he was detained for a while, leading to what Mr. Goodhope said, until the intervention by CAF president.
Beautiful. And when the CAF president intervened, he was freed. Yes. So if he is detained, there must be a reason for his detention, and we are not told. So he could not have. How many Nigerians have been detained?
Perhaps this making news headline because he's a celebrity.
Yes, thank you. Of course. That's it.
And that's why we need to talk about it. We need to really, while, like you did say, this story, we've not gotten all the details together. But we hope that these details comes together and has nothing to do with his being a Nigerian. Because if other Nigerians are meant to go through this, it may not make news. So we have to hop on this one that has made news too. Yes, like we are saying, if any Nigerian has gone, if you spoke to Nigerians, passing through and being in that country, in that tournament, and I'm saying that we don't know what they must have gone through.
When you talk about Nigeria, you're talking about the most populous country in Africa. You're talking about a very big nation. We are talking about a very rich nation. You're talking about people who are known everywhere in the world. So Nigerians are such that can make news anywhere. If it has to do with being a Nigerian and the green passport, of course it will always make news. Remember, our journalists are also there.
Yes. Football journalists, Nigeria.
They were not at the airport. They were not at the airport. I'm particularly about this case. I'm particularly about this case. I'm particularly about this issue. When you talk about the Nigerian passport, if you see what Nigerians go through at times because of this very passport, except you witness it, you may not be able to understand the torture.
I do know that the Nigerian passport has some effects on people. This is because of what Nigerians have been doing to the other parts of the world. But most recently,
Mr. Rest, I beg to differ. When we speak to this issue, at times we'll get emotional because there has been instances where you may want to be traveling with your sibling and your sibling is on a foreign passport and you are carrying a Nigerian passport, and when you get to the immigration and he walks through and you're subjected to tortures. I use the word. No, it's torture scrutiny for minutes leading to hours. And you are on the same flight, on the same trip with your sibling.
Do you still go through the news about what Nigerians are doing as fraudsters worldwide?
No, Mr. Rest. This is where I beg to differ.
Somebody who has integrity, somebody you are not a security risk, and all.
You are on a visa. You are on a visa for crying out loud.
Yes.
You're already on a visa.
Yes.
So at the immigration checks is not where you have to stereotype. You check, but you don't stereotype people. That's what I'm about. This is quite torturous when you travel on this.
It is actionable. If you are dealt like that, you can go to court. So the laws are there. If things that are supposed to be done are not done well, what you do is you seek redress.
Mr. Rest, there are a lot of things that we want to seek redress about, but you know that these things are not, carved in.
Do we talk about this thing without saying the solution? The solutions to embarrassment whenever you are traveling to another country and you are subjected to the kind of torture you are saying. One seeks to redress now. What do? Are you going to run away?
Just like we are seeing in the case of Burna Boy here, we are told that this delay was due to standard custom and security check. The immigration officer would simply tell you that, oh, sorry, I'm just doing my job.
And if it is that,
yes, they will tell you that I'm just doing my job. But you know what it is. You know what it is. I just gave you an example. I just gave you an example. But I just gave you an example.
No, you don't claim it is anything.
But I gave you an example. You're traveling with a sibling, same luggage, but on different passports, and he walks through, and you are subjected to about 30 minutes torturous questioning and checks.
And you think that passport doesn't have any problem? It has a problem. That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. That there are things that holding a green passport tends to make you look like in the eyes of the immigration and security of other countries. And I've told you that, and you said you don't agree with me. So what are you arguing then?
All right. On that note, we'll continue on this very issue some other time. But for want of time, we'll bring you the sports oracle himself.
Okay. Well, we are already on this while we are still talking about the AFCON and what happened yesterday. Concerning Burna Boy and his performance just before the match between Morocco and Senegal. We all saw what happened in that match, how the Moroccans were not able to scale through, even though they were the host country. And looking at that also, we could say that there are many things that we could draw, like the man Sadio Mane becoming the man of the tournament. No one may have seen that coming. None of the Moroccans, except the two of their players, the goalkeeper and Brahim Diaz. Still talking about Morocco. Morocco had the highest goal scoring guy in their team for the tournament. And still talking about the AFCON, we had 120 goals scored, beating the record of the previous AFCON that had 109 goals scored. So we also have in the top scoring list of the people who scored in the AFCON, we have our very own Victor Osimhen, we're expecting him to match up with Rashidi Yekini's goals for Nigeria. He was saying in one of the interviews that he is not even interested in that. He just wants to help his country to win the AFCON. Of course, it wasn't what we all expected that happened, but we still have the man of Egypt. I will tell you, the Pharaoh of Egypt, the main guy, Mohamed Salah. He and Osimhen are on the four goals tally in the AFCON, and they were not really recognized with anything. Basically, they were just recognized verbally. But talking about this AFCON, Mr. Rex, do you think you said that it's better we faced a better team? I'm talking about Nigeria with Morocco. It's better we faced a better team, a less better team than we faced Senegal. I don't know what you think about that match yesterday between Senegal and Morocco.
We were already defeated during the semi-finals by Morocco.
Okay.
And that tells you Morocco was superior, although it was just a penalty. When he got to between us and Egypt, it was also a penalty. And it was the same margin with which the Moroccans won that we also won Egypt. Egypt on their own Morocco on their own with Senegal was unable to contain the mesmerizing forages of the Senegalese.
But you know
and the Senegalese won that match. It was a very strong match. A lot of controversies.
Well, I want to drag
especially at the tail end of the match.
Yes, I want to bring this down to where we would wrap it up. If you look at that match, you will see a few things. The Moroccans and the Senegals, especially the goalkeeper. You know that same thing that happened to Chukwueze. We saw it happening to. It happened to Brahim Diaz when he played the same penalty. He was trying to play. There's this thing they call a paneka. The keeper would dive, then he will. Zinedine Zidane used to play those things. But yesterday, it was not even looking like a paneka. It was just like the same thing. I know Chukwueze will be somewhere seated and we will be like, oh guys, this is the same thing that happened to me. But how do you see the same this same thing he played with what Chukwueze played, looking at the neck of time, that if they had scored this goal, they would have been, they would have had the better chance of winning the AFCON as the host country. So, Mr. Che, do you think it would have been a problem, or how will the nation of Morocco see this particular thing, this particular Paneka that failed?
Anyway, one thing that is not in doubt here is the quality of these players. I don't want to compare both players, to speaking to Chukwueze and Ibrahima. There's no doubt Chukwueze is a top player as well, but the circumstances are not the same. You understand? Yesterday there was a lot of pressure, in that field, in this very final. The final wasn't what we expected, but Ibrahima, is a top player. He has carried many trophies, and even in this tournament, he was one of the leading lights. So I could attribute that to a lot of pressure, which I want the Moroccans, I suppose that they would understand as well. This is a player that has given them all. It can happen to anybody. It has happened to the best players in the field. It happens to anybody. But one thing, if I may summarize, is that this tournament, CAF needs to go to the drawing board. Officiating in this very tournament was very poor, very porous, and is nothing to write home about. So we expect that in the next tournament that will be better. But speaking to the quality of players, we've seen a lot of improvement in this very AFCON.
We really saw. All right, thank you very much. That's what we have in the sports update.
All right, and moving over to the business update, we'll start from the Nigerian stock market, which closed on a positive note on Friday, January 16, 2026. Recovering from the previous day loss, the benchmark or share index edged up 0.4% to close at 166,129.50 points, while the total market capitalization increased by approximately 30 billion naira to settle at 106.35 trillion. The total volume of shares traded as at that Friday was 539.9 million units, bringing it to a total value of 16.7 billion naira. Then moving on, we saw that Zenith Bank dominated activities of the most traded share that day with 54.5 million shares, followed by Jaiz Bank, which traded 41.5 million shares as well. Then speaking to the gainers, on Friday we are led by Resta Express, which closed its book at 13 naira 20 kobo, making a plus 10 positive adjustment. And then leading the losers on the same day is Magnicos, which closed its book at 6 naira, making a minus 8.81 negative adjustment. And when we move forward to look at the naira performance on same Friday, January 16th, we'll see that the naira opened at the official market at 1,419.28 kobo, then closing at 1,417, while at the parallel market the naira opened at 1,490 naira, then closing at 1,495. And it is said that the official Nigerian Autonomous Foreign Exchange market saw the naira close slightly stronger, which we said was at 1,417 naira against the dollar, which is supported by growth in its external reserves, which recently climbed to approximately 45.77 billion US dollars. And that is it for the Nigeria performance as of Friday. But please, before you make any investment in the Nigerian financial stock market, please do well to consult a financial expert due to the volatility of the market. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Now this is all for today's edition on Sunrise on Aneke TV, and please do not forget to follow us across our social media handles across Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, X, all at Aneke TV, or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. It's always a pleasure having you here on our show every morning. I am Deborah Wakuba.
And thank you, Mr. Resarum, for always being here with those in-depth analysis.
Thank you. God bless you.
Yeah, and to you, man of many parts, Mr. Good Hope.
Thank you very much.
All right. And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of our team here on Aneke TV, we'll say thank you and keep watching. Have a pleasant day.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
ụmụ Igbo geenụ ntị, ụbọchị dị ịrịba ama na-abịa, ụbọchị anyị ga-ewelite obi anyị elu, welie olu anyị ma nye ekene dịka ofu ndị. Nke a ga-abụ izizi ụmụafọ Igbo bụ Archbishop, Bishop ma ndị otu ọhaneze ndị Igbo na-ewepụta ụbọchị Satọde nke ikpeazụ n'ọnwa Jenụwarị a ka ọ bụrụ ụbọchị ụmụ Igbo n'ụwa niile ga-eji fee Chukwu ofufe ma tụọrọ ya mma mma. Otu ụka Kraịst dị iche iche na nsọtụ niile nke ala Igbo na n'ụwa gbaa gburugburu ga-eji abalị 31 nke ọnwa Jenụwarị afọ abụ 2026 site n'elekere 9 nke ụtụtụ ruo n'elekere 12 nke ehihie wee nwee ofufe nri otu oge n'asụsụ Igbo iji gosipụta ịdị n'otu na obi ekene. Nke a gafere ofufe nkịtị, ọ bụ mmemme iji kene Chukwu etu o si mee anyị a na-egbu achara achara na-eto, ụbọchị eji echeta etu ndị Igbo si nafere na njinji niile jiri oge a lụrụ agha, mmeri anyị na-enwe mgbe ọbụla a lara akụnụba anyị na ihe ndị anyị kpatara n'iyi, mmeri anyị n'oge ihe isi ike ya na nnukwuru nnu afọ eji akpachapụ ma na-emegbu anyị, emechakwa anyị asụrụ gede nwekwuo uche ma kpọsie ike. Ndị Archbishop ụka dị iche iche ma Anglikano, Katọlik, Methodist, Presbyterian na Pentecostal tinyere otu Christian Association of Nigeria CAN n'ala Igbo na-agba ụmụafọ Igbo niile ma okenye, ụmụ na-eto eto na ụmụaka ume ka ha sonye n'emume a n'ebe ọbụla onye nọ. Chịkọta mmụọ gị ọnụ, kwado onwe gị nke ọma ka ị soro welite olu gị nye Chineke ekene maka akụkọ niile gbasara ndị Igbo nke bụ akụkọ maka okwukwe, obi dị mkpa na mmeri anyị. N'abalị 31 nke ọnwa Jenụwarị afọ abụ 2026, ụmụ Igbo ga-ejikọta ọnụ bụrụ ofu ndị.
That on the Insight is the program where we bring you topical issues, headlines, policies that help in shaping our nation. And today, we are looking at running water or running promises inside Enugu's water supply debate. In recent weeks, water supply has emerged as a major issue in public discourse across Enugu State, dominating conversation both online and offline. Central to this debate is the commitment of the Enugu State government under Governor Peter Mba to deliver potable water to households across the state. The administration has highlighted significant investments in water infrastructure and rehabilitation of key facilities as part of its development agenda. However, despite this reported intervention, many residents, particularly within parts of the Enugu metropolis, continue to report limited or non-existent access to pipe-borne water. This contrasting narrative have raised critical questions about project execution, distribution efficiency, timelines, and transparency. So, how much progress has truly been made? Are the challenges structural, technical, or logistical? When should residents realistically expect consistent access to safe running water? To help us examine these issues and separate verifiable progress from public perception, we are joined by the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor of Enugu State on New Media, Dr. Ruben Onyishi, for an in-depth discussion on the state's water supply drive and the road ahead. Doctor, good morning, and it's a pleasure to have you.
Good morning. It's my pleasure.
All right, sir. All right, sir. Doc, now we're talking about water in Enugu State. And I mean to ask, Governor Peter Mbah stated that potable water would run in every home within 180 days of assuming office. As we speak today, has that target been fully made? Yes or no?
Thank you very much. That target has been met technically, and I will explain if you want. If I should go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right. You know, when we came on board, His Excellency Governor Peter Mbah made a promise that within 180 days, water will run in every home. You understand? It was a promise he made, and he began to work towards it. And I know that within that 6 months, we were able to achieve that target at the upstream level.
Within 6 months?
Yes. Now, you see, water supply is something that, you know, Enugu has issue because of the topography, and then the undulating landscape and the large deposit of coal. Okay? But we had to find a way to get behind this. Before now, at the upstream level, we are generating about 2 million, 3 million liters of water. Before now, before Governor Mbah came on board. So, and the daily water need of Enugu is between 70 and 100 million liters. All right? So you could see what was happening before now. So before now, generation was a problem. Okay? Because you can't even talk about reticulation when you haven't done generation. So by the time Mbah came on board, within that 6 months, 2023, we came in May. Towards December, he had already commissioned the 9th Mile 247 water scheme. 9th Mile 247 water scheme with a gas plant, there is generator, and an access to electricity. So the essence of building a gas plant there is that, you know, His Excellency wouldn't want a situation where there will be excuse. So which means that every day, we have the capacity to generate 120 million. 9th Mile 247 water scheme was generating 120 million. Then Oji water scheme was generating 50 million. So you find out that at the upstream level, we met the target. Think of it, from part 3 to 3 million liters to 120 million liters. Sorry, 9th Mile 247 was generating 70 million. Then Oji was generating 50 million. That makes it 120 million liters. Think of what we were getting before and what we are getting now, based on what we achieved within that 180 days. All right. Now, another thing is we have met the target at the upstream level. By the time we came down to the downstream water management system, we found that issue. We found that, if you notice, then pipes were bursting everywhere. Everywhere in Enugu, pipes were bursting. Why? Because of the colonial asbestos pipes that were installed. You understand? Those pipes were already in disuse. So we had to find a way to replace those asbestos pipes with 9mm pipe. And that was what we were doing. Now, another thing is that it's not just that we are generating this 120 million, but how do we take water to the unreached? Do you understand? Because you know that new settlements are springing up every day. All right? Places that weren't factored in before now, of course, there are developments. There are new settlements. Before now, there was nothing like Monarch. Do you understand? And then so many other places, at Emene, several other places sprang up. So what do? How do we take water to the unreached? That's another thing. Because those people, there were no pipes laid, nothing. So which means you have to start afresh to lay pipes. But we now encountered a problem there. At that level, we now saw that many houses in this Enugu were built on waterways. Many houses. So how do you navigate through without demolishing all these houses? How do you navigate through? Because that's the question. Without demolishing all these houses. So that is the question. And then if you want to demolish all the houses built on waterway, there will be hue and cry. Enugu will become a demolition site. Because so many houses were built on waterways. Alright? Okay. And somebody was still saying the other day, well, demolish them now, demolish them. You know, I don't think that that such a person has a compassionate spirit. You understand? And he was saying that we demolished Ogiga, and this, what was demolished at Ogiga was just a handful of houses. You understand? Because we wanted to build terminals. And you know that urban renewal program, yes, naturally there will be displacement in urban renewal, but not when we are talking about the number of houses built on waterways in Enugu is terrible. So we can't embark on that. So what we are currently doing is that we are trying to navigate through. You understand? Find a way to get water to the unreached, and that is what has been happening. As I'm talking to you, we are still working. There are so many other places. I'm talking to you. About 12,000 households have newly been connected. I'm not talking about those that we are already connected, but currently we have 12,000 households newly connected. And then if you look at somewhere like UNEC wasn't having, there was no water in UNEC before. We have taken water to UNEC. So it is a gradual process because of these challenges we got on the way. At a point, we had a foreign direct investment in the water management system. You understand, from one day Nexus of Austria, right? But at a point, because this government has a lot to do. This government, you can see that development is Peter Mbah's special fault, infrastructure here and there and all that. So we can't just be, and a whole lot of money has been committed. If I tell you what was spent on 9th Mile 247 water scheme, a whole lot has already been committed for us to get up to that 120 million. So that we even surpass the daily water need of Enugu. So we were thinking that by the time we enhance generation, you understand, to that humongous level, that reticulation will not be a problem. But we came down and discovered some of these problems, and that is what we are tackling. All right, I will say more.
Yeah. One thing that is not in doubt is that from the data you've given, you've scaled up from what you met on ground.
Yes.
But before I get into the nitty-gritty of this discussion, there is a niggling question here, and that is when I look at the 180 days that the governor gave,
yes,
you know, to give every household in Enugu State water,
yes,
and then looking at the issues that you're now raising, speaking to colonial pipes that are burst, then one may want to, you know, draw the conclusion that your government, that your party as well, though you are now in APC, that you people didn't do a holistic analysis of the promises you were making when you made that promise that within 180 days that water will become manna in Enugu State.
Well, the fact is that, you see, when we give ourselves a target, if you look at all the projects the governor is doing, he gives himself a target. If you understand what a target means, you will understand what happened. A target doesn't mean that you know, this thing is, there's hard and fast rule about it that you've got to. A target is meant to drive you. So when you are thinking that within this foreseeable future, that within this period, do you understand, you are going to do this. So the target is meant to drive you. Nobody meets targets.
All right.
Even when we worked in the bank, for instance, if you are given a target, we will be saying, what percentage of this target are you meeting? You understand? You are doing 60% of your target. You are already doing 80% of your target, because the target is meant to be out of the world. It is meant to be huge so that you work to achieve it. All right.
All right.
Now, it's not as though we didn't take proper analysis. Do you understand? But the fact is that His Excellency was passionately, you know, when he was coming, he was like, this water issue has become a problem in Enugu. Why can't we address it? It wasn't just a political statement. It was something he meant to do. Well, we can address this water situation. And then we addressed it at that level of generating. Think of 2 million, 3 million to 120 million. That's huge. That's huge. If you will agree with me, if nobody is going to be political about it, you agree with me that that's huge.
I've already
now, but the thing is that nobody knows it all. At times you could plan things, and then when you come on the ground, we didn't know asbestos pipe will be busting. But immediately they started busting, we replaced them. We had to replace them with 9 mm pipe because these are already areas that are already piped. We already have pipes there. So that didn't become an issue. You see, we are digging holes here and there in then replacing those pipes. So we have comfortably replaced those pipes. Alright? But then, what about people building on waterways? How could we have known? You understand that many people built on waterways until we came down and saw this thing. And then if we start to demolish all the houses in Enugu, come on. You will even say, please take your water and leave house, because that's what the Enugu people will say. Is that how you be demolishing houses everywhere? So we won't do that, but we have to patiently, the people have got to be patient to enable us to navigate through out of these channels and find alternative routes to the provision of water.
All right.
And we are still working right now.
All right, Doc.
Yes.
What is
so nobody should be carried away by 180 days as though we were children. If something happens and it's becoming terribly simplistic.
I see you're very, very passionate when we talk about the achievements of your government.
Yes, because I know it's performing.
But one thing is that without critiques, you won't be able to evaluate the milestone so far.
I agree with you.
What I'm looking at now, we've seen the challenges.
Yes.
And I'm asking, I suppose that by now you must have done a re-evaluation and speaking to your government in your stand. There must be a re-evaluation of what needs to be done. So what is the plan currently?
The plan currently is that water is being taken to the unreached. Reticulation is ongoing. I forgot the name of that project, that plan now. Where you don't even need to bore holes directly. That's where you excavate the ground and lay pipes. You will from one point lay pipes down without even anybody seeing it. Do you understand? That's what there is a name for it. I forgot it. Okay. That is what is ongoing now. It is not what we now do is that they will just come to a particular point. Like the other time they came to front of government house and pipes were laid down in the street without excavating anywhere. They just from that point borehole. There's a technology from that point borehole and take pipe down without you seeing any open place. That is what is ongoing now.
Okay.
So reticulation is still ongoing. Governor Mba doesn't joke with his promises. Let me tell you, Mba never promises what he cannot do. There is no promise he made that he doesn't fulfill. The only thing you will say is that yes, we gave ourselves a target, that this is what we are going. But we find out that those targets are no longer feasible because of the challenges we encounter. How did all this water issue now begin? Let me tell you, you don't need to tell him about what to do because he's working. He's working and he's passionate about it. How did it start? One Okulora went on and said there is no water anywhere. It was the first parrot that began to chirp that there's no water. And all the birds in the world took it and started singing. All the birds.
Anyway, Doc, I don't know an Okulora.
You don't know Okulora.
I don't know Okulora.
It was Okulora.
But what I know, Doc, just calm down. I know you're quite animated and passionate about this discussion, but I need you to be calm. I don't know Okulora. You say Okulora or somebody.
Okulora.
I don't know him. I don't know how I don't know
managed to get that kind of followership.
I don't know the individual.
But a responsible person.
I don't know the individual, but when we speak to is something that concerns you and I.
Yes.
One thing that is knowing that I've commended your government for being able to scale from 2 to 3 million liters to 120 that you talk about, which is commendable. But we'll have to discuss these issues without people like us who are critics. Yes. I bet you won't be able to achieve celebrate your achievements in government.
I agree with you.
So speaking to the facts on ground, I am asking now, you've mentioned Night Mile and the Oji River.
Yes.
Now I'm asking, this scheme, is it channeled to feeding the rural areas or both the urban and rural areas? And how far have we gone? Because you know why I asked this question? Doc, you know why I asked this question? I've been up and about and I go around a lot. For example, this area and Charaleat, I suppose is called, I have not seen that water.
You have not seen water in natural layout?
Diarrhea, that's what it's called.
No,
Yes.
water is running
I see
natural
people.
layout.
I see people still struggling to fetch from the well.
No, water runs there, but I think there was a problem within. There's some problem. Some people tampered with the. I don't know. There's a problem we are trying to rectify. That's why it seems water is not running. But water runs in all those places. But it's just a temporary setback. Do you understand that has been, cleared? When people try to be mischievous, you understand? Because this water issue wasn't even in the front burners, wasn't even being talked about. But, we are in era of election. Now, election is coming. This year we'll do primaries and all that. And then people want to score cheap political points with water. That's what they are doing. And they are sending ERATs, data boys, to go to the social media and then be screaming, where is the water? Where is the water? And it's all the rage. Look, we know they are mischief. They are very mischievous people. They are just cashing in on that because Okulora said that. But the fact remains that this is the situation. This is where we are. Do you understand? But the reticulation is still ongoing because of the challenges we encountered. And before the end of this administration, do you understand, water shall have been connected to every area. Another thing is that people also need to connect to the water system, because if water is taking down your street, you understand the point, you have to connect it to your household. Do you understand? But some persons might not even have connected, but are saying they don't have water. So you have to connect through water corporation. Do you understand? You were asking about whether this thing is happening just in the city or the rural areas. Yes. Now, when we're talking about this water challenge, we're talking about Enugu metropolis. Okay. Do you understand? Because of the peculiar nature of Enugu, the topography. Do you understand? We have. That's what we're saying. But other places have water. There are boreholes. Eruasa is also working. You have Eruasa that is the taking care of water in all these rural areas and all that. Are working. So it wasn't anybody that told him back. It wasn't a political promise. He didn't make that promise. Who made this kind of promise and within 6 months has raised water generation to that level? He made that promise, which means he was committed to it. Do you understand? But when you encounter a challenge in the course of something, it's not for you to chicken out. Do you understand? We would have said, okay, we are chickening out. We couldn't, reticulation is a problem, so we shouldn't continue. No, we don't chicken out. We continue to find a solution to it. The only thing is that that target may not be met, but surely it will be met. All right, Doc. On that note, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll continue to probe on these very issues. Okay.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap me, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it and want to use a kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Thank you for staying with us. And if you're just joining us, we've been discussing with Dr. Ruben Onishi, Senior Special Assistant to the Governor of Enugu State, on new media. And we'll be looking at the issue around water in Enugu State. Doc, still on this very issue, I commend your government because
thank you.
It's obvious. There's a lot of commendation. Even their critique, speak to the things they do right. But still, on this very water issue, is one aspect that we've seen tremendous improvement. But the human being like Oliver Twist that we read about will still ask for more. And then how do we hold your government accountable? At least it is by the things you tell us that you will give us. Not to say that you are not trying, but I'm looking at this issue now that yes, we are quite aware, and everybody watching now knows that there is a problem. Speaking to the topography, where we have colonial pipe that were not replaced, and if the government before your government did much, by now we'll see that you have been able to scale it. But I still we were talking about the metropolis. How are we going to navigate this challenge? You were talking about the new system that's been adopted. How are we going to navigate this challenge to see that by the time the election comes, we'll have something tangible to tell the people?
We have always had something tangible to tell the people, and His Excellency Governor Ba is committed to his promises, and everything he says he would do, he is doing them, and even doing more. This is a governor on speed lane, that while you are thinking of the one he has done, he has even done another that you never expected. That is the governor for you. The idea is to rev up the GDP. He is committed to 3 objectives that will enhance the economy of Enugu State. To rev the GDP up to $30 billion. To make Enugu the first choice of investment destination, tourism and living. And then to eradicate poverty to 0% headcount index. So you see that all these things like building of infrastructure. As a matter of fact, all the roads in Enugu now have been flagged off for construction. We flagged off 1,022 roads the other day, which means that all the roads in Enugu will be paved, apart from the one that has been already done and the ones that are already ongoing. Do you understand? Then you talk about the smart schools, where he built 260 smart schools. You talk about the 260 Type 2 hospitals already built. Then you talk about all the revamped moribund assets, the UPPL and Hotel Presidential, ICC, and all that, Niger Gas, these things. And then again, the new Enugu city that is being constructed. And then the transport terminals, and then the Enugu Air, and then the farm estates, and then what he plans to do in the rural areas, each ward getting 10 kilometers of roads and all that. The fact is that the target of this government is to build 1,250 kilometers of roads every year. So in 10 years, we shall have built 10,000 kilometers of roads in 8 years. All right. So everything we said we would do. Now, when you encounter a challenge at a certain point, the challenge is meant to be dealt with. That's why it is a challenge. It will be dealt with, and it is being dealt with because reticulation. But then the speed is what has actually not been in place. Because when you say 180 days, it will be done with this speed at every. But this challenge has obstructed the speed. You understand? But it is ongoing. And we say that before the end of this administration, water will reach the unreached. Okay. It's just for us to be patient. But the mischievous people have taken it off from there. They are now saying there is no water. Where is water? There is no water. Every day we're water. Every day water. Some of them don't do anything except every morning. In the morning he will write where is the water. Every afternoon he will write. Every evening. That's what some of them are doing. Because of all that Vitamba is doing, they didn't see where to anchor except this water. All that the governor is doing, nobody is talking about the smart schools. We talk about 260. What it takes to build one smart school is 1.2 billion. Nobody is talking about that. Unfortunately, nobody is talking about that. And then the Type 2 hospital, where the governor has brought health care to the grassroots, so that in your ward you have access to quality Medicare. Nobody is talking about that, unfortunately. All that the governor is doing, why are they not talking about that? Why are they not celebrating them? Why are they now talking about water? Water that we met the target upstream, and we are working on ensuring that it reaches everywhere. Is that supposed to be an issue? Is that supposed to be a problem? Is that why somebody should wake up in the morning and say, what's water? Don't you see the politics in it? Don't you see that it has political undertone, and these people are being malicious and mischievous? It's not mischief. But the fact is that whatever the governor says he will do, he will do.
That's why governor has people like you who are speaking about it, so people understand.
Yes.
And then let's go back to timeline now.
Okay. All right.
Yes, I've heard all the plans, the things, you've met it upstream. Then, but looking at timeline, how are we going to, achieve this? Seeing that like you did say, I'm quoting you now, that water will reach the unreached. What can we place a timeline in terms of, okay, this is where we are at this moment? And I'll give it to you that in Kokab, I was surprised to see a running water there. You understand? Yeah. That's, to speak to the fact that your administration is working.
Yes.
But there are still areas, like you quite agree with me, that are yet unreached. And I'm asking for timeline, or is it that the governor is now, leaving it to one of those next term agenda?
I already gave you a timeline. I said in the life of the administration.
In the life of
this administration.
Are you not making a political statement, Doc?
Yeah. In the life of this administration.
Okay.
Before the end of this administration, before the end of this first tenure. That's what I'm saying.
Every part of the urban.
Yes. Yes, because we are already, we are silently working. Big and bad doesn't make noise. I told you that what they do now is that you, from this point, lay pipes without boring holes anywhere. Have you ever seen that technology? That is what is happening in Enugu now. Nobody working silently. So that pipes are being connected to the reach. I told you that we have already connected 12,000, the statistics are there, 12,000 households unreached before now, but now reached. 12,000 are connected. So more people are getting connected. Do you understand? So that because all the water, we have all the reservoirs in Enugu replenished, all the reservoirs. So there are so many reservoirs, like the one at somebody called the other day at right around the minute, and said that they could see all the reservoir, but water is not running in their place. I just discovered that water is running there now. Maybe because there was a problem, they just fixed it.
Because you have critics.
Yes.
That's why you can
no, it's not even because we have critics. It's just that, let me tell you, there are persons, there are officials that are dedicated to this water question. Her name is Sandra George, SA to the governor on revenue. But she has this thing, she took it upon herself. She's the one monitoring the water development in Enugu. Do you understand? So they are working round the clock every day. And when we hold meetings, like on Mondays like this, we hold meetings. Sandra gives a report. Where are we now? So it's not as if, you see how Mba operates. Mba doesn't operate randomly. There is intentional, intentional dedication to it. So that we say this is where we are. By next week you are coming, where have you reached? Are you still where you were before? Where are you now? Do you understand? So we get these reports every Monday. I don't think the meeting might have ended now because I didn't attend it today because of engagement. Because of engagement. But every day these things are being reported. Where are we now? What new areas have we connected? What new areas have we connected? Sandra will give the report. Right. Okay? So we are working to ensure that every area is reached in Enugu.
All right.
Just a question of time.
All right, Doc. Let me go out of script this time around. Now that you're speaking to the efforts of Sandra in this regard, and one thing I know when I came into Enugu State is that your government prides itself as a people-centered government, speaking to the welfare of the people. And I now ask, because I have a friend who usually will tell you that he is for the grassroots, right, and for the masses. And I want to ask, for the masses, where this water scheme has not gotten to, and I've seen that there are concerted efforts to see that water reached the unreached, and I like that your language as well. But what I'm asking is, what's the immediate plan to ameliorate the suffering of the people around area where this water has not reached? And I tell you, I've been to places where government provides tanker water, for, let me use that term, to supply the people to ease the pain. Is there any such thing happening in Enugu State?
Thank you very much. I know that there was a time that I think Chinedunu had something he called water on wheels. Water on wheels. It was something that was meant to deal with this water situation. You understand? But immediately we had up to that we began to generate 120 million liters. We found out that that business was completely no longer viable. You understand? Because no one was vandalizing it. But the only thing is that public utility, like right now, anybody who dares to go and vandalize any public utility, what happens to you? You take it. You understand? Because company cannot be providing and you are destroying. These are public utilities. You should allow people to have access to it. Okay? So this government has made a lot of efforts in the direction of water. At least we are sure that generation is not the problem. We already have water in the reservoirs everywhere being pumped every day that can serve Enugu comfortably. All right. So, but the problem is, look, we are no longer going to say we are tied to 180 days. We can no longer be tied to 180 days.
What you agree is that 180 days is not feasible.
No. We can't be tied to that.
It's not feasible.
It's a target. That is meant to drive us. That meant to drive us. Okay. But right now, we are working to ensure that this. Okay, shall we now say, oh, you see, we couldn't meet it in 180 days, so we hands off.
Nobody is saying you hands off.
So you no longer serve the people.
You still hold you accountable.
So that's what we are doing. 180 days, yes, but look, we had a challenge, and this is the challenge, which is obvious. And if not that Gumba is a compassionate governor, he would have said, look, remove all these houses on waterways. If he makes that, this place will be like the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. People will wail. He's a compassionate governor. But now people are saying, go and destroy them. Because you demolish houses at Obete to build this thing. Go and demolish all those houses. And these are people's sweat. Alright? Sweat of people. If we demolish all the houses on waterways, there will be here and cry. And the same people who are saying that they crying and lamenting. So, but what we are doing is that we are trying to navigate it, try to see how we can move to it's difficult. It's quite very difficult, but we are working on it.
All right. Now, I want to ask, from the lessons that has been learned from your experience around the achievement in the water scheme.
Yes.
I want to ask, what can be applied to other critical infrastructure projects, drawing from your experience around these water issues?
What other critical project infrastructure?
Your infrastructure. There are other projects that you're embarking on, and
yes.
I'm asking, how can we draw from your experience? You've spoken to vandalization. You've spoken to going back to the drawing board as to having broken colonial investors and pipes. You understand? So, and I'm asking, what else can we draw from this to apply to other critical areas?
Well, what we draw from the projects that are being done is the fact that Mba likes to give himself a target. Because as a matter of fact, if you don't have a target, you may not be focused. If a road is being flagged off today, you will say, look, this road will have to be completed in 1 year or in 2 years. Do you understand? Like the Opiwogo road that they're working on now. He gave himself a target and say, look, this has the contractor. You have to deliver this thing in 1.5 years. Do you understand? The idea of target is very important because this is an entrepreneurial governor who is coming from a solid background of business. He has business orientation and the deliverables. So he has that background, and this is the language that is spoken in such entrepreneurial environment. That is the language. You understand? The language is that you have got to achieve this thing within so and so time. All right. And all the projects that are being done. Another thing is that we are also looking at quality. Quality assurance is also key to these projects, so that you don't do a shoddy job. Like all the roads that are being done, the timeline, the quality is that you do the earthwork, you do the stone base and all that, and you last up to 30-50 years. That is the target. So if you are doing any road, you are a contractor in any way, you have to be done with these specifications. Smart schools, while they were being built, we also noticed that some contractors were trying to cut corners by using substandard material. You understand? Say use 16 mm, they use 12 mm or 13 mm. And then we have the inspectorate team that is going everywhere, every day supervising, headed by the SSG. So supervising to ensure. So when we discover that this is what you do, we demolish. Like the one at Ingbu, we have to demolish it. And you have to start afresh. Because at your own cost. Because you are not supposed to cut corners. Alright? So that is another thing, is ownership. Most of these projects that are being done, we want the people to own them. Ownership. If you own them, they will be sustained. Sustainability will be enhanced by ownership. You see, if you own this project, you protect them. You will know that this thing is being, take for instance, smart school that is built in your ward. You have to protect it, even though government is going to put security and all that. But if you take it as your own, you will not allow it to be vandalized. After government has installed all the equipment, installed the smart board, installed at the lab, AI lab, robotics lab, mechatronics lab, virtual augmentation, and all that, and augmented reality, and at the end of the day, it will be vandalized. You see, the purpose is defeated. By the time we give every child, because at smart school now, what they do is that every child is entitled to a tablet, your school uniform, everything you get is free. Just make yourself available, and then you have lunch. So whatever that is provided has to be protected. These are the takeaways from the project. So we are looking at quality assurance, we are looking at sustainability.
All right. Thank you very much, Doc. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll still probe on other issues.
All right. Thank you.
Ndibo, this is a call to unity and thanksgiving. A historic day has been set. A day for one people, one voice, and one heart lifted in gratitude. For the first time in our history, Igbo archbishops and bishops, in one spirit, with Ohaneze Ndibo, have set aside the last Saturday of January as the Igbo World Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving. On January 31st, 2026, from 9 a.m. to noon, the Igbo people at home and across the nations will stand as one. One language, one faith, one voice of gratitude. In churches everywhere, worship will rise in the Igbo tongue, echoing a story the world cannot forget. A people who walked through war, loss, long years of marginalization, yet refused to be broken. This is not just a service. It is remembrance. It is survival. It is thanksgiving for a people who endured with faith. Anglican, Catholic, Methodist, Presbyterian, Pentecostal leaders, together with CAN, Southeast Zone, invite every Igbo heart, young and old, near and far, to join this sacred hour. Prepare your spirit. Lift your voice. Give thanks to God for the Igbo journey, a journey of courage, faith, and triumph. January 31st, 2026, the Igbo world rises as one.
All right, thank you for staying with us. And we've been discussing with Dr. Ruben Onishi, a special assistant to the governor of Enugu State on new media. And we've been discussing issues around running water who said, is he running water or running promises inside Enugu's water supply debate? And Dr. Nishi has been giving us in-depth insight on what the government of Dr. Pitamba has been doing concerning the issue concerning running water in Enugu State. And Doctor, thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you.
But I won't let you go without asking question around what your government is doing, because when we watch the news media and the television and anyway, what we are seeing is e-registration, and your government is saying you have a target of 1.5 million. What's driving this very agenda now?
Well, what is driving it is that Enugu has transmogrified from PDP to APC. And let me tell you, for instance, in my ward, everybody moved to the APC. Everybody. As a matter of fact, what used to be PDP party office is now APC party office in my ward. And this is replicated in the 260 wards in Enugu State. So APC has embarked on e-registration. As a matter of fact, over the weekend I registered, and so many people are registering because APC has taken over Enugu State. That is what it means. And everybody is doing that. Everybody, all Tom, Dick and Harry, everybody is struggling to ensure that they register. So I believe that Enugu is even going to beat that target of 1.5 million. We may get up to 2 point something or 3 million. Do you understand? Because the point is that where the governor goes, everybody goes. Right? And we have connected to the center. And you know what Tinubu did for APC is that APC is no longer a regional party where we're talking about. He has more or less opened a lot of opportunities for people to come in. So APC is now a national party. A national party that is connecting everybody. Do you understand? Connect, and that's why some people are fearing that it's making a one-party state. It's not a question of one-party state. Nobody is being coerced to join the APC. But people, because of what the president has done, everybody is eager to join the APC because it is the reigning party and it is a people-friendly party and with a lot of promises and all that. So that is why you can see that everybody, people are registering, and we will beat the target. It's being driven by this love for the president, and then our governor. You know, Pitamba is loved, and it's because when you see that a governor is performing, it's not really about. It's not even about making money. Before, when we were campaigning, I told because I was in the campaign council. Do you understand? I was the chairman of online media campaign council. All right, and I was telling people that if Pitamba needed money, he will not ask us, because this is someone who had already made it. I was the chief executive CEO of one of the companies, the best in the downstream oil and gas sector. He was already the chief executive and was doing very well. Was doing extremely very well. So it wasn't that he wanted to make money. That wasn't why he came. But because he knew that he has the key to unlock the economic potentials of Enugu State. And that is why he came on board.
All right.
So wherever he goes, we go. And the people of Enugu State moved with him. And his movement to the APC is in our own interest, because we are no longer playing fragmented politics. We are now playing national politics connected to the center, and there are so many advantages accrued to that. So that's the situation.
All right. Well, when I was speaking to someone in another political party, he attributed the e-registration to be that of panic, that APC in Enugu State have entered panic mood, leading to why they are moving towards the hinterlands to bring everybody on board to register into APC.
There is no panic anywhere. If you look at Enugu State, where is the opposition? Where is the opposition? Everybody talking about Enugu. Why is that even the party? Is it the PDP that is cowering at the moribund of cowering before the bricksmanship? Is it the PDP? Is it the Labour Party that is already dead, balkanized and dead? So is it the PDP that is sick? So where is that opposition? I want to know, when you talk about opposition, where are the other mushroom parties or any of those parties that at the end of the day they will still say they have adopted them as their candidate? So where is the opposition? I want to know. I'm asking you, tell me, where is the opposition? There is no opposition here. What are you opposing? I've always said there's nothing to oppose in Enugu State. Are you opposing good governance? Are you opposing infrastructural development? Are you opposing human capital development? So what are you opposing? Because if you say you are opposition, we want to know what you are opposing. There's nothing anybody is opposing here. Nobody is opposing anything in Enugu State. So there is absolutely no opposition.
All right.
And Peter Mbah's re-election is as easy as eating okra soup. Very easy. Very easy as eating okra soup.
All right. Finally, Doctor, before I let you go, let me take you back to the main issue discussion. So what you are telling us here on the insight this morning is that before the end of the life of your administration, that's like you did promise that every household in Enugu would have water running into their homes?
Yes. That's what we hope to achieve.
And you see that is achievable?
Oh, it's achievable. Very much achievable. We're working towards it. It's very much achievable.
All right. And that's it for today on The Insight. And if you just joined us, we'll be speaking to Dr. Ruben Onyishi, a special assistant to the governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Ndubisimba, on new media. And he's been speaking to us on issues concerning running water. It's a pleasure to have you on Inside.
Thank you very much, Uche. Thank you.
Yes.
All right.
And to you, our wonderful viewers, remember that on The Insight, your views matter. Let us know what you think about what Dr. Onishi has said concerning running water in Enugu State. Do you believe what he said, that before the end of this administration, we will see running water in every home in Enugu State? Or will it be another running promise? Till we come your way, same time tomorrow. I'm still your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come live. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Technology surrounds us every day, from our phones to smart homes, but has it really made life easier or just more complicated? Today we hit the streets to find out what everyday people think.
It has done more good than harm. Because why? The harm aspect of it can be curtailed. It can be curtailed. It can be checkmated. If you put the necessary, just like some parents complain about their children, what they do using phone. If you don't give them phone, and if you restrict them from using phone, you can checkmate them. Even if you put DSTV in their rooms and you do parental whatever, and the parental control, you can restrict it. So those bad side effects of it can be, restricted. But we have to move. That technology is a movement, and you can't stop it. Development continues to come. People continue to come up every day with a new way of doing things, a new way of reducing the long time it takes for things to take place, and a new way of making it, more very convenient and at ease.
Technology has made life easier because a lot of things. What can you even mention? Can you mention car? Can you mention cell phone? Numerous. Technology has done a lot for us because of the negativity that is being attached. For instance, using phone to lie. Hey, hello, please, where are you? I'm in Lagos. While the person is at the Holy Ghost here. Please, I have to start coming. Yes, I'm at Abani Road. While the person is at home. So again, they use it to do a lot of evil. They use it to lure you and kill people. They use it to snatch a lot of things, steal from you. That is the negative aspect of technology.
Well, I can say it is 50-50. In the sense that, coming to the positive side of it, technology has really made life easy. In the sense that people can easily, comfortably access information. That's why the net is called a global village. So it's very easy to access information now. Many people don't go to a library to read. Any book you need online, you can easily access it. Any information at all. Whether social, political, religious, otherwise, you can access them on the internet. But on the other hand, negatively, there are so many negative information in life that is causing problem, affecting the youth of this generation, who don't know their left and right. Whatever you give them online, they just swallow it hook, line, and sinker, and become a social menace to the society. A government should put in place mechanism to checkmate destructive information, so that youth will not be negatively influenced through it, and society at large.
Obviously, any normal human being in this 21st century know that it has actually made life easy. You get, or else the person is not, even though you're not used to these gadgets, you would have seen a lot of things that you'll be like, oh, triggered, or like, wow. For example, I'm a teacher, and it has helped me, my school has a smart TV, a smart board rather. Apart from that, phone, these days people are doing AI, making money. Even someone that didn't pass through the 4 years of school, they are trying to make money with all these little things they learn. And I mean, it's extra source of income, so it's definitely going to solve problem.
From my opinion, I feel technology has made life easy rather than making it complicated, because we are in a modern era where technology has aided a lot of things and had made life more easy. For example, in the areas of communication, prior to this modern technology, we communicate to people through letter writing, and it takes probably 3 or 4 days before your message can get delivered to somebody, no matter how urgent it is. But these days, due to technology, you can be here now and communicate to somebody in America without delay. You don't even need flight to go to America. You don't need a visa to communicate with somebody in America. You can send email. You can message the person on WhatsApp. You can message the person on Facebook. So as far as I'm concerned, internet technology has made the modern day life more easier. When it comes to the areas of education also, students have access to materials online as a result of technology. You mustn't buy a textbook these days before you get to maybe know something. You can be in Nigeria and have knowledge of a book that was written by somebody in America without going to America. So these are the things that technology has done.
When we talk about technology, the products of what most of the things we see today and technology. For instance, the vehicles passing on the road, they are all products of technology. So if I tell you that the technology did not make life easier, that means I'm lying to myself. Because even where I'm standing right now is the product of technology that brought me here. Otherwise, I would have spent the whole day trekking from my house to this place. So technology has made life quite easier. It may have its own side effects, or what I may call disadvantages, demerits, but that doesn't mean that it has not done good to humanity. Technology has actually made life easier. Everything that has advantage or advantages also has some level of disadvantages. Even the safest drugs we take have their side effects. Therefore, technology is not an exception. So, and if you look at it, the vehicles we drive, if you didn't do the necessary maintenance on them, they may become killer machines. For instance, if the brake system is bad, then a crash will becomes imminent. Therefore, even in the use of technology, we must bring in checks and balances. We must set boundaries. We must also know how to apply technology so that it will not take over our natural capacity. If we did not take precautions, then it may destroy the whole system. But that doesn't mean that technology is bad. What matters is how we apply it. So my own advice on it is that while we key into the new technological system that is already in existence in our society today, we must also set boundaries and ensure that it did not replace our natural capacity and other tendencies we should have as human beings that make us human beings.
As we have seen, opinions on technology are mixed. While some say it simplifies life, others feel it adds new challenges. One thing is clear, no matter how advanced tech gets, it's changing the way we live, work, and connect. I am Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Nwakoba. Now moving over to the headlines. President Tinubu orders investigation into killing of women and 6 children in Kano. Federal government launches major rescue fund for federal universities. Over 40 insurgents neutralized in Borno airstrikes. And now to the details of the news. President Bola Tinubu has ordered a full-scale investigation into the killing of a Kano State housewife, Fatima Abubakar, and her 6 children in Chiranti community. The attack, described by the president as barbaric, has drawn national outrage. A statement by his Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Mr. Bayo Onanuga, said the president condoled with the bereaved family. The statement confirmed that security agencies acted swiftly, arresting the principal suspect behind the attack. President Tinubu commended the police for their prompt response and assured Nigerians of diligent prosecution. Security forces have been directed to leave no stone unturned in assuring the suspects are brought to justice. Governors Ahmed Olodo of Kogi and Monday Okpebolo of Edo State have commended the Nigerian Army for maintaining peace and security in their state. Both governors highlighted the professionalism and sacrifices of military personnel. Governor Dodo, through State Security Advisor Jerry Omodara, lauded the top brigade's efforts against kidnapping and banditry and donated 9 million naira to families of fallen soldiers. In Edo, Governor Okpebolo praised the 4th Brigade for protecting citizens from internet fraudsters, kidnappers and economic saboteurs during the festive period. Represented by the Finance Commissioner, Mr. Emmanuel Okebo, he stressed that the military's proactive approach contributed significantly to regional stability. Military commanders Brigade General Kashim Sidi of Kogi and Brigade General Ahmed Balogun of Edo reiterated their commitment to eliminating criminal elements nationwide. The federal government has banned all mining within 10 kilometers of brigades nationwide to protect structural integrity. The Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, announced a directive in Enugu linking it to a Federal Executive Council decision to prevent activities threatening road safety. He said enforcement will involve patrol boats and specialized police vehicles along key brigade corridors. Senator Umahi also inaugurated a new CCTV monitoring and viewing center for the 2nd Niger Bridge. The facility features 4K cameras and solar-powered lighting covering an 11.9 kilometer stretch, providing real-time monitoring and rapid response capabilities for security and safety purposes. Updating progress on regional roads, the minister stated that the Enugu-Onitsha route is scheduled for completion by April 28. He maintained that government aims to deliver durable infrastructure with 15 kilometers of the carriageway expected to be completed within 2 weeks, reflecting President Tinubu's commitment to reviving stalled projects in the southeast. The Federal Ministry of Solid Minerals Development has dismissed Northern Elders Forum claims that a gold refinery in Lagos violates the federal character principle. The Special Assistant to the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dr. Dele Aneke Tomori, clarified that no such federal project exists, emphasizing that the refinery is a privately owned initiative by the Smith Company. Mr. Tomori explained that the project aligns with government policies promoting value addition and local processing of minerals, stimulating foreign investment and creating jobs. He cited other private initiatives, including lithium and rare earth plants in Nasarawa State and Abuja. The ministry stressed that private companies determined locations for operational and marketing reasons. Mr. Tomori called for the forum to support the government's economic agenda, highlighting the reforms as evidence of administration has removed 607 beggars and mentally challenged individuals from Abuja streets since July 2025. The head of enforcement at the Social Development Secretariat, Mrs. Ukachi Adebayo, said the exercise is conducted by Operation Sweep Abuja to remove criminal elements and maintain public safety. Of those removed, 583 were beggars and 23 mentally challenged individuals. They were counseled, profiled and returned to their states for rehabilitation in collaboration with state governments. Ms. Adebayo noted that some children are trafficked by unrelated adults for begging, turning the activity into a criminal business. FCTA Secretary Dr. Peter Olumuji explained that the point security operation involves all relevant agencies. Minister Nyesom Wike emphasized that the crackdown is necessary to ensure residents' security and prevent Abuja from becoming a beggar city, targeting criminals disguised as beggars. The federal government has announced a 30 billion naira stabilization and restoration fund for 74 federal universities. The fund, agreed with ASU, will be released in 3 annual 10 billion naira installments starting in 2026 to rehabilitate infrastructure, modernize labs and upgrade teaching facilities. The NUC will manage the funds, aiming to revamp tertiary institutions nationwide. The government plans to increase the education budgets by 2.5% annually until reaching UNESCO's 15% benchmark. Current allocations stand at 6% of the total budget, highlighting a need for improved funding. However, the Congress of University Academics, CONUA, has rejected the agreement, insisting on separate negotiations. Experts warn that success depends on transparent fund management, indicating that industrial peace in the university system remains uncertain despite the funding breakthrough. The Independent Corrupt Practices Commission, ICPC, has filed a 3-count criminal charge against Senator Advocate Mr. Mike Ozekome over alleged fraud involving a London property. Filed at the Abuja High Court, the case concerns a 2021 property transfer from Shani Tali, which the Commission's claims violated the Corrupt Practices Act. Mr. Ozekome is also accused of document forgery, including using a false Nigerian passport in Tali's name to support his claim of ownership. The charges include forgery and dishonest use of false documents under the Penal Code. Several investigators and an immigration service representative are listed as witnesses. The ICPC has prepared extensive evidence, including extrajudicial statements and interim for future proceedings. The case is awaiting judicial assignment, with legal observers monitoring developments closely as the trial represents a high-profile effort to tackle international property fraud. The Human and Environmental Development Agenda has petitioned the EFCC against the Oyo State government alleging diversion of 30 billion naira in federal relief funds for the 2024 Bodija explosion. The agency claims only 4.5 billion naira reached victims, while the rest remains unaccounted for. Meanwhile, the Oyo State government has dismissed the allegations as politically motivated ahead of the 2027 elections. The Commissioner Dr. Oyelade said 30 billion naira is untouched, awaiting the federal balance of 20 billion naira. The government maintains over 24 billion naira of internal resources have been used for reconstruction. The agency insists on an impartial EFCC investigation, highlighting the transparency gap in disaster fund management. Victims demand immediate compensation, intensifying scrutiny on how the federal funds were administered in Oyo State. Stakeholders from Kogi East have endorsed Governor Ahmed Ododo for a second term in 2027. The Kogi East Political Summit is Anyimba brought together traditional leaders, scholars and youth groups to support Ododo from forming a strategic alliance to ensure power returns to the East in 2031. The summit launched the movement for strategic alliance, promoting peaceful elections and curbing political malpractice. The endorsement highlights coordinated efforts in Kogi State to balance political engineering with infrastructure development and a zero-tolerance approach towards insecurity. Benue State authorities have confirmed 7 suspected cases of Lassa fever. Samples have been sent to laboratories for analysis and rapid response teams have been deployed to contain the disease. The state epidemiologist, Dr. Asema Mswega, emphasized community sensitization and identified hotspot monitoring. Officials are urging strict hygiene practices, proper food storage and clean environment to prevent rodent-borne transmission. Early reporting of symptoms such as high fever and unexplained bleeding is strongly advised. The state government assured residents that healthcare facilities are prepared with trained personnel ready to provide specialized care. Preventive measures including rodent control and regular sanitation remain active to cope for the spread and safeguard public health. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can stay connected with us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick reminder of major developments in the news. President Tinubu has ordered a probe into the killing of a woman and 6 children in Kano. The federal government has unveiled a massive rescue fund for federal universities. And coming up shortly, over 40 insurgents being neutralized in a recent air raid in Borno State. We'll be right back.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap me, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, I want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Still on the news, a violent raid at Aqua Treaton Company in Ogumaki near Ibadan has left 1 police officer dead and a Chinese expatriate kidnapped. Armed gunmen stormed the factory in a coordinated commando-style attack, sparking a fierce gun battle with security personnel. Several assailants were wounded during the exchange before the kidnappers escaped into the surrounding forest. Oyo State Police Commissioner Mr. Femi Haruna has deployed the anti-kidnapping squad and tactical units to the scene. A spokesperson confirmed that an intensive bush combing operation is on the way to track the perpetrators and rescue the victim. Authorities are urging the public to provide credible information that could lead to the arrest of the gunmen. The police have also promised heightened security in the industrial area to prevent further attacks. The Nigerian Air Force has neutralized over 40 insurgents in Borno State during operations in the Tombons Islands. Acting on intelligence that the group planned attacks on Baga and Fish Dam, the Air Force crews carried out precision airstrikes that scattered the terrorists and forward the offensive. Air support continued the next day in Azare, targeting fleeing terrorists hiding on the forest cover. The operations effectively dismantled the remaining insurgent elements in the area. Chief of Air Staff Air Marshal Sunday Aneke affirmed the force's commitment to protecting borders and supporting ground troops. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Army is reinforcing security in northwest Nigeria. Major General Bemba Paul Kogna, GOC of the 8th Division, confirmed permanent troop deployment in Cedar-Belt community, Sokoto State, to protect residents displaced by banditry and restore stability. Police in Kebbi State have arrested Sule Gomu, suspected of murdering his 25-year-old wife, Umaima Madawa, with a garden tool during a domestic dispute. The incident prompted a manhunt that extended into Sokoto State, where Gomu was apprehended in Katami. Reports indicate that Gomu struck the victim with a hoe handle, causing fatal injuries. Authorities conducted a joint operation with the Civil Defense Corps to track him across the state lines. Ogi local government chairman Yahaya Ogi visited the scene and called for zero tolerance toward domestic violence. Police confirmed Gomu remains in custody and will face court proceedings once investigations conclude. Civil society groups are advocating strict enforcement on the Violence Against Persons Acts. The police have arrested 4 senior members of the notorious one-chance robbery syndicate. The operatives intercepted Ndubuisi Achoko, Naji Oke, Nwobodo Dennis and Chinedu Idam in Aneke while prowling for victims in a tricycle which has been seized as evidence. The suspects, aged 36 to 62, confessed to being part of a larger network responsible for attacks on commuters across the metropolis. They have been arraigned and remanded in custody as police investigations continue. Commissioner of Police Maman Beatrice Giwa reiterated a zero-tolerance policy against robbery. Residents are urged to report suspicious vehicles, especially tricycles, as part of a broader strategy to secure public transportation and streets in Enugu. The federal government has tripled funding for the National Agricultural Land Development Authority in a major push to boost food security. Under the 2026 Appropriation Bill, NADA's budget will rise from 7.43 billion naira to 25 billion naira, with nearly 19 billion naira allocated to research and development. The agency will also invest in farm machinery and rural infrastructure. Officials say the shift marks a move from land acquisition to mechanized, research-driven agriculture aimed at lowering food prices and increasing productivity nationwide. Some traders across Abuja markets have reverted to cash transactions following the implementation of Nigeria's new tax law. Traders say uncertainty surrounding the law has created fears of multiple taxation on electronic transfers. Market operators in Maraba and Yanya reported that rumors of automatic deduction and bank inflows have driven the shift to cash payments. Customers have expressed concern that the practice undermines financial inclusion and cashless policy goals. Calls are growing for clearer government communication on the tax laws provision. Abuja Electricity Distribution PLC has transitioned into a holding company structure, creating new subsidiaries for Niger and Kogi states. The move aligns with the Electricity Act 2023, which allows states to regulate their energy markets. Sam Odekina and Desmond Ebo have been appointed acting managing directors of the Niger and Kogi subsidiaries, respectively. AEDC confirmed the group remains integrated, maintaining uniform service standards. The restructuring is designed to improve operational efficiency and agility, allowing the company to compete effectively in a decentralized energy market. A similar transition is planned for Nasarawa State. New data shows fuel imports accounted for nearly 62.5% of Nigeria's petrol consumption in 2025, despite the ramp-up of the Dangote Petroleum Refinery. Oil marketing companies imported 11.85 billion liters of petrol out of 18.97 billion liters consumed nationwide. Domestic refineries contributed 7.54 billion litres but were unable to meet peak demand. December 2025 recorded the strongest domestic output of 992 million litres. Experts caution that reliance on imports remains necessary to prevent supply disruptions. The federal government plans to implement a 15% import tariff in 2026 to encourage local production and reduce dependency on foreign fuel. Spanish club Valencia has targeted Brentford's Frank Aneke and Super Eagles captain Wilfred Ndidi in their winter transfer window. Onyeka, 28, is sought for his defensive midfield strength to provide stability to the squad. Negotiations with Brentford for Onyeka have reportedly begun, while discussions for Ndidi, now at Besiktas, may involve a loan-to-buy deal. Valencia aims to build a strong Nigerian spine in the team following the acquisition of striker Umar Sadiq. The club's strategy focuses on physicality, defensive solidity and high-intensity play as they seek to climb La Liga standings and stabilize the campaign for the second half of the season. Rivers United have taken the top spot in the Nigeria Premier League with a 1-0 win over 10-man Remo Stars. Okon Aneke scored in the 80th minute to secure victory after Chileku Chigozie received a red card. The win puts Rivers United 4 points clear of second-place Abia Warriors. Remo Stars continue their slump, dropping to 15th position. Elsewhere, Ikorodu City defeated Kwara United 1-0. Bendel Insurance beat El Kanemi Warriors in a 5-goal thriller, and Plateau United and Nassau United won crucial matches to maintain pressure on the league leaders. Super Eagles defender Igobu described the current national team as one of Nigeria's greatest after winning bronze at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations. Nigeria defeated Egypt 4-2 on penalties following a goalless third-place playoff. Obu, who plays for Slavia Prague, featured in 3 matches with over 90% passing accuracy. He praised the team's unity and professionalism, highlighting the unbeaten run in regulation time. The centre-back intends to celebrate the achievements quietly with family before returning to club duties in Europe, describing the podium finish as a personal and national milestone. FIFA President Gianni Infantino condemned Senegalese players for walking off the pitch during the Africa Cup of Nations final against Morocco. The protest followed a VAR-awarded penalty to Morocco while the match was tied 0-0. Sadio Mane remained on the pitch, urging teammates to return. Earlier, Senegal had a goal disallowed for a perceived foul. The incident also caused unrest in the stands, where some fans clashed with security. FIFA described the behavior as unacceptable for the continent's premier football event. President Bola Tinubu has congratulated Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu for hosting the 9th African Music Awards. He described Lagos as Africa's entertainment capital and praised the safe, vibrant atmosphere for artists and delegates. Nigerian stars dominated the awards, with Rema winning Artist of the Year and 2 additional trophies, while Burna Boy took Album of the Year. Veteran producers Kenny Ogumbe and Dayo Adeneye received the Afrima Legendary Award. The president emphasized that these achievements reflect years of dedication by Nigerian creators and further solidify the nation's role in the global creative economy. Celebrity barman Cubana Chief Priest has announced a musical tribute for his wife's upcoming birthday. The track, featuring Spikey and THM, reflects their decade-long journey together. He praised his wife, Dingels, as a constant support and recounted her resilience during multiple visa denials and early career struggles. Cubana Chief Priest has previously gifted her luxury items, including a 2025 Range Rover and Patek Philippe watches. Fans are eagerly anticipating the song, which departs from his usual nightlife-focused content. The tribute highlights the importance of partnership and appreciation in relationships. UK-based makeup artist Larissa London, mother to Davido's 4th child, Dawson, has exposed harassment by online trolls. She shared screenshots of abusive messages regarding her personal life, age, and relationships. Despite sustained attacks, Larissa stated she remains unbothered, focusing on family milestones and personal peace. She emphasized that trolling has no effect on her well-being. The situation has sparked public debate over online harassment of celebrities and their associates. Larissa continues to block offenders while maintaining a positive focus on her family and career. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. The president has directed security agencies to launch a full-scale probe into the tragic killing of a woman and 6 children in Kano State. The move comes amid rising concerns over local security and calls for swift justice for the victims. The federal government has launched a major rescue fund aimed at revitalizing federal universities across the country. The initiative will provide financial support to address infrastructural deficits, staff welfare, and enhance academic facilities. The Nigerian Air Force has successfully carried out a targeted air raid in Borno State, neutralizing over 40 suspected insurgents. The operation is part of ongoing efforts to curb terrorist activities and restore security in the region. And that's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidima Sogwa and the entire news team, I'm Deborah Nwakoba. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Good day, Nigerians. Electricity has always been a major concern for Nigerians, from households to businesses. Today, we hit the streets to ask everyday Nigerians on a simple question: are you satisfied with the current electricity supply in your area?
I think there is a little improvement in terms of distribution, but the tariff, I'm not happy with the tariff. There is an increase in tariff. It's not about where I live. Everybody feels it because, I mean, whatever you put in, before a day or two, it goes up. So, yeah, it's not satisfactory. So they need to review the tariff, you know, a government that feels for the people. People should enjoy something from the government. Almost all the things that are controlled by the state is on the increase. Think about electricity, think about fuel supply, water supply. It's not fair. An average Nigerian deserves a bit of fresh air, you know, so they can start it with reducing the tariff. For once, let's feel a reduction in tariff.
I'm not satisfied at all. The tariff is very, very high. Like 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too high. They should be giving us like 10 units for 1,000, please. It's too high. It's affecting me because I'm using industrial machine. I'm using a lot of electronics, so it's affecting me seriously. Sometimes you will collect a customer clothes that will charge the person like 10,000 naira. The light that you buy to sew the clothes is even more than the money that you charge the customer, so it's too high. Please, they should do something about it. They should do something about it. Even if they should increase the units. That 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too much.
Please, not fully satisfied, but it's the better. It's very, very better. I'm from the village, and we are getting it better now. At least when we have full light, and there's no day we don't have it. So I'm very happy now that something is very, very fine. Please, very fine. I mean very fine. Before, it used to affect me because I may not have, the main thing I have is the fridge and the phone. So at times I'll put something inside the fridge, it will spoil. But now it's no more like that. When I put, if there's no light in the morning, it will be in the night. Then my phone now is always available. Yes, there's a big change. They are doing better. Please, myself and other people around me will confirm, because it's a village that know the most thing that is happening.
There should be a constant
interaction, one-on-one interaction, you know, with stakeholder. There should be a kind of maybe monthly, I get me, or quarterly. The electricity distribution should convene a stakeholder meeting so that we can sit down and interact to know the way forward. Because the way things are, you know, almost our earning is going into electricity.
They provide light very well, but the price is kind of high. But their light is, at least in a 24-hour space, we can have light for 20 hours. So the light is very stable. But it's just the amount, the tariff that is high.
There is a significant improvement in supply, I must confess. Yes, there is remarkable improvement. I can acknowledge that. But where the problem lies is most transformers are overloaded. And when it drops, when some phase fails, the response is not rapid. It's always very, very sluggish. Then in terms of tariff, government should try to subsidize electricity for the citizens. If this economy will thrive, 200 and something naira.
Looking for a window to the world, a place where news, entertainment and culture come alive. Welcome to Aneke TV, your ultimate destination for stories that matter and moments that inspire.
At Aneke TV, we bring you breaking news, exclusive interviews, and live events coverage, all with accuracy, integrity, and a fresh perspective. From the heart of Nigeria to the far corners of the globe, we keep you informed, entertained, and connected.
Whether it's sports highlights, music and lifestyle trends, or community stories that touch lives, Aneke TV is more than just television. It's your companion in every moment. Rich, vibrant, and truly unique, our programming celebrates the diversity and energy of Nigeria while keeping you at the pulse of the world. Don't just watch TV, experience it, live it. Move with the world with Aneke TV. Follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Because at Aneke TV, the world comes to you.
Aneke TV, move with the world.
Hello, good afternoon from the side of the world, from Aneke TV, and I want to tell you it's a wonderful day rolling forward, and I want to let you know that we have a lot of things for you in the entertainment. You see how calm I am this morning. This is how the Commissioner of Enjoyment starts his speech. But that notwithstanding, I am your one and only Commissioner of Enjoyment, Good Chukuma, live here on Aneke TV. I want to start the show because this is Monday morning motivation, not Monday morning, but Monday morning motivation. Because what we do on Mondays is to encourage you to go out there and catch the big fish. In case you've been catching the small fish, man, it's time to change your game. It's time to direct what you're doing. It's time to fix the things you should fix and let the boat sail, let the ship sail, man. Let things come around you and let good life happen to you. It is your one and only goodie of good life. And I have a lot of names, mental mechanic, that is okay because you need to be many things so that you can have many other things. Now, moving on to the first story and first gist I want to bring your way. I wanted to ask you, first of it, how are you doing? How are you? How are you finding 2026? Almost this year don't finish. January, we're thinking January, earlier in my years. This should be the fastest January I've ever seen in my life, guys. I think that you're having some experience because this January is flying, boy. Wasn't it 2 weeks ago that we were on is it not? Please, you should help me, my viewers. Please, what is happening? January they run, and notwithstanding that January is flying, January is on the high speed because we just said Happy New Year the other day. I remember I greeted my neighbor. My neighbor greets me because I don't know the problem. I remember that I ate some chicken peri peri. But now, what is really going on? Happy New Year. Please, I want to tell you, please, Biko, say Happy New Year again. Happy New Year. Biko, no, Happy New Year. But Kangwa this year is flying. And it's looking like if you don't put your leg down to what you want to do for the year got banarigi. Man, it's time you put your leg down. But moving on from that, I want to bring you the thing that happened, the controversy that happened at the Morocco airport where Burna Boy landed. And the news is complete now, and I'm going to share with you because it is said that the CAF president had to intervene in what the situation, because these guys, you don't know how big or how wonderful they could be just for a time. He said that bling bling drama in Morocco. Clock it. Burna Boy's billion naira jewelry spark airport customs kiosk. CAF boss spills the tea. Well, yes, this is from the these guys that are moving around with good things. And you know, Burna is the African's ODG, the Odogu of African. I'm telling you, man, we are going to see. He said that this is from the X platform, one of the best platform that gives us the news on X. He said that there was a lot of billions of jewelries that this guy was moving. That was why he was kept waiting, so that he could be investigated, and then he will move from where he is. And I'm telling you guys that this is something that so there was an argument earlier on about this. Well, Burna Boy is an Odogu man. Burna Boy is an Odogu, and somebody have come out to say that if Burna Boy goes for governorship, that nobody will vote for him. But if Davido goes for governorship, of course Davido will win. What do you think? Davido will win for governorship if he ever goes for governorship. That's what the person said. Wizkid will go. He may not win. He may win. He may just win with quiet numbers because he's a quiet artist. Well, that's the person's opinion. Well, I don't have an opinion here, but what I know is that these guys are trying their best to make something out of everything. And I'm telling you right now that ODG is the king of Africa, is the king of Africa in possession, in what somebody could get. Well, I can tell you that we are making a lot of progress. I would say we are making a lot of progress, and we are going to see what happens at the end of the day, because God is going to carry us through. ODG is making progress, and me, I'm making progress. Don't worry, very soon, as the Commission of Enjoyment, you people will enjoy me. I'm telling it. I said it. Someone said I'm Commissioner of Food and Nuts, but I want to tell that person, if you're hearing me right now, I will make sure that your constituency does not contend for the next election of good things, because I am the Commissioner of Enjoyment and I bring good things. So the good things that reach them, I make sure your constituency will not have it. But moving on from that, I want to bring you the best of the news, and I want to ask you a question. This question is from Aproko Doctor. He asked it on his X, or he even said it on his X. He said something very wonderful, and that is something I want to let you know. He said, don't let anything ruin your mood today. Don't let anything to change your mood. Do not let any, some people, this is on his X. He said, don't let anything to ruin your mood. Don't let it to ruin your mood. Anything it is, don't let it to ruin your mood, because if you let this thing to ruin your mood, is going to be something you don't know. Yeah, at the end of the day, a lot of people would say that, my life, I don't know what's happening. Small thing, their mood will change. If they bring food, if the Commission of Enjoyment say food for everybody in this place, everybody will say, hey, we hate me. But if food finish, everybody will go back to what is that? Well, I'm telling you now that he is telling you that don't let anything to ruin your mood, to change your mood for today. Don't allow anything change your mood. Because if you let something to change your mood, man, you're going to find it, you're going to have a problem. Now, on that news, I'm going towards something about celebrating something. I want to tell you that Cubana chief priest, the one and only CP of Nigeria, has said that he will celebrate the wife's birthday in a grand style this time around. Man, I saw a video right now where he was flying with the wife to the US for the wife to give birth, and I don't know what this guy has been. This guy has been making waves, not just today. So what we are having now is the Cubana chief priest advanced edition. Cubana chief priests have been balling since time Imakwa. Now, he said that he's going to just do this, recounting all the things that both of them has gone through. Look at Moke. Woke almost says to daddy Maka. Also money now. He said money and water. And I'm telling you that from what we're seeing, I have a question now. Bring me back. Let me ask that question. Bring me back. Let me ask that question. You know, I think at the end of the day, men will still settle for something wonderful, someone wonderful, and men will still appreciate the good things that their women did. I said their women, sorry, a woman has done for them. You know why I'm saying this? It is not going to be the same thing that you see here, you will see there. There are men who are not going to appreciate, who are some men, but majority of the men we are seeing will come back to appreciate what this lady has done. Of course, this lady, Cubana chief priest, has started the emotional tribute. Everybody wants to ready go. He said that this lady has been with him from time Imakwa, and they've been together. Well, that is to sideline the other person that is making noise, or trying to say that that she has a child for Cubana chief priest. Well, that is what we see, and I'm telling you that this thing is something that we will celebrate. Celebrities now are understanding the need for less drama. Now, I'm telling you that as the Commission of Enjoyment, I don't like drama. I like to enjoy my life. I like to bring the fun and vibe. But I don't like drama, because drama that will bring me headache, I avoid it. Enjoyment that will bring me headache, akamadeya. Enjoyment that will bring me to Chika Kamono with some chains, and that season break every chain, akamadeya. What I'm telling you is that we love calm and collected stuffs, and that's what we want to do. And I can say big congratulations to Cubana chief priest for having such a thing, for trying to celebrate. See, good women are good to celebrate. Listen, good women are good to celebrate. You should celebrate the good women in your life. Celebrate them. Get them gifts. I'm talking about young people now. You can get your friends gifts. And I always said this. Sometimes we all think what will proffer solutions to our life is our relation. You must be in a relationship with a boy and a girl before you give each other gifts. Man, it's not true. It's not true. The Commission of Enjoyment says in my constituency we don't do that. And yet they mean like that. And you want such thing like that. You don't need to bring gifts until you no. We don't do that. What we do, we give gifts, we do good things, and we are appreciative of the help that we here receive. We give it and we do it because we want to tell this person they're important to us. I want to ask a quick question. Today, don't you think there are people in your life you should celebrate, or you should have one or two things to deal with? So to give them gifts, to get them, present. Of course, Valentine is coming close, and they were asking you, where is your boyfriend? In my constituency, we don't do boyfriend. What we do is man friend, and that man friend is your husband friend or wife friend. That's what we do. But let me leave it at that, because now I want to move on to the next story, and that story is very interesting. I'm talking about P Square and this great guy. I'm talking about Fela's son. Both of them have reconciled. I want you to guess the name of Fela's son. That's Saint Kuti. Both of them have reconciled. They reconciled just a few days ago. They said, they had issues while we're having 2023 election. They had issues. They had the fallout online. But they were seen in a club hugging and talking. Of course, that is what bromance would bring. And I'm telling you, if you have anyone that you have issues with, go and reconcile it, because men are understanding the need for peace and for good life, and that is what is happening. So you have to do the same and be on that great list and great notes. Both of them were saying, they were just talking. They said, not the election cannot divide us. These things that we see cannot divide us. We are brothers and we are men. Men them. Everybody wants to already go. Men them. Moving on from that, I want to tell you that it is said that sometimes some people will say something and you don't know what they said. But let me tell you something. This is about Tiwa Savage. This is about Tiwa Savage. There's an interview going on right now by Kotti. Kotti, if you go and check him on X, you see the lady, you see the interview on X. Now, this interview has been going on, and Tiwa Savage says something. Guys, I wanted to show you what Tiwa Savage said, though, but I also can't come go it down because I need me breathe in, out. Because you hear this lady, man, there are people that will use style and tell you what is happening in their life. They don't need to call names. But before I talk about this Tiwa Savage story, I want to ask you a question. An ex-user asked a question. What is the name you will give to a rich man's son? Let's talk about it. He says, can you suggest a baby boy name that sounds like he comes from an ultra wealthy? Wealthy, one ultra wealthy. 1, 2, ready, go. Ultra wealthy. Ultra wealthy. Now look at Lade. Lade herself is asking that question. Ngwano, Lade himself, can you or Lade mi Ashake, can you answer that question back? What is the name? Well, when I saw this tweet, I said let me show you guys so that you guys can start understanding where I'm going to. So what is the name you give to someone who is from an ultra wealthy family? What is a name you name to a baby boy? Well, starting from the Igbo, I were Akwelisi. Did you hear that? Akwelisi. I have 4 already. Akwelisi, Akorono, Akomafes. Well, there's nothing like Akomafes. Well, if you want to name your child Akomafes, it's okay. But we're talking about a super wealthy, ultra wealthy. Thus, their wealth runs into the 19th generation of their family. I can tell you their names. Names are out there. If you want it in Yoruba, you are talking about those simple names, Imole, Idole. Well, you know what I'm saying? Well, leave it at that. We're talking, I don't know about the other side of Nigeria, but I'm telling you that the names you can give to these guys are the names that you know it already, and none of these guys answer Ebuka. There's a difference between Ebuka and Chukwebuka. I don't know if you know that there is a difference between Ebuka. Ebuka, well, your name is Ebuka, but when they add Chukwebuka, it comes together. Wow, Chukwebuka, but Ebuka sounds like Ebuka. Nobody can say Chukwebuka. Even Chukwebuka is somehow, but Chukwebuka is kind of calmer than Ebuka. You see that? So please, Ebuka sounds like somebody is misbehaving. You just want to call them back to order, and that is something that I can tell you. So what are the names? I want you to go and reply her and tell her, and also follow us on Aneke TV on X, because we are there, we are pushing, we are doing great things there, man. Well, I can tell you. Let me get back to that Tiwa Savage story, and I want to just tell you, there's something Tiwa Savage said, and that's something I want to tell you in that interview. Well, this is something that I have not seen coming. I have not seen it. And when I show you what she said, you will understand me. You really understand me from what Tiwa Savage said. Let me just tell you the story. She was being interviewed by someone like, say, Kotti, and she was just talking, and was just saying a lot of things, that when somebody tells you that she feels so safe when she comes into her house because she's living the president is her neighbor, not neighbor, sorry, is living opposite. She's living opposite the president's house. A minute silent for poverty, woman. A minute silent for poverty. because when I read that thing, I was like, what did you just say? You are living in front of the president. The president's house is in. Which president? Is he president of the greatest go? The greatest go? Which come? Is it NOSA president? Abi SUG president? Which president? Wait, are you talking about the Republic of Nigeria? Are you talking about His Excellency GCFR? Are you talking about him? Are you talking about His Excellency? Wait, are you talking about our Baba Jagaban? Isn't the person you are talking about? You are living in. Wait, Tiwa, sister, listen. Now is the time for things to change, because I don't understand what is really going on. You're living. Just look at your house. That means look at your house. Look at president's house. Hey, Jesus. And you say you feel safe. What will you have felt before? You see why the words are difficult for me to say is because it's not easy. It's not easy. I wanted to say 1 minute to give another minute to poverty, but I have to move on from here because sign. Now that that I should understand what I'm doing. But Genti, see, I am telling you that this is something I have been thinking about. How will Tiwa be living just in front of president's house? Hey, but let's leave it at that. Let's just leave it at that. There's no problem. Now I want to move on to the next story. I'm talking about Katefe. I have to talk about Katefe. I have to talk about Pella, but I will talk about Pella tomorrow. But let me talk about Katefe as the mental mechanic. Let me tell you something about Katefe. Katefe just yesterday had to call this guy Pella, and guess what he was doing? He was just showing him the $130,000 here he cashed out from tweet. Whew. Goody, calm down. Just relax, calm down, because $120,000 he called him. I will have shown you the video, but let me not show you so that you don't headbutt somebody. $120,000 he called Pella, say Pella, see, $120,000 cashed out from Twitch. Man, these people are balling, and they are balling more than Bolaji. Not our own Bolaji, but they are balling. They are balling. So now, you know $120,000, you know what it is. You know how much? It's not 120,000 naira or 120,000 appreciation of what you've done. No, $100,000. That's more than. Let me leave it at that. I don't want to give you the naira exchange because, you know one thing. Let me tell you people something. I want us to be, as we all in the entertainment segment of Aneke TV, I want to brush your mind as a commission of enjoyment. In my constituency, with the chop money, with the chop dollar raw, like dollar, we open it, we bring it in the plate. We use, yes, because we can't. How can we be exchanging? No, you don't do that. Come on, you don't do that. We go and buy with it just like that. We don't do that. Remember, some of us are from California, so we don't do that because some of us in Nagasku na Funai. Let's leave it at that. Let's leave it at that because it is already time that I want to take a bow. But take a bow now. You may not hear the next story. Let me tell you the next story. The next story is about this guy called Sir Dixon. Now, I want to show you the first reply, then I want to show you his own reply. This is where I'm going to end the show. And you know what I do here is to bring you Tatafutis and the things that should inspire you to live well and to live your good life. Well, let me tell you what he said. Now, this is the response he gave this guy about what the guy said. Now, let me show you what this guy said. Praise Akinlami said something. Praise Akinlami said something that led him to say so. Look at what Praise Akinlami said. This is from X that I'm bringing all those things and credits to the owners, credit to the guys who are there, because without them tweeting these things, I don't know how I would have been having the best of the content. And shout out to you guys, shout out to my guys on X. You people are the best because you know X. Well, reading it says if you are 23 to 28 and you feel you have not made it financially, do this. Look at what he said. Do what? Do this. Now he says, leave your girlfriend and become single. Haha. Woo! He said, no football. Sleep 5 hours max daily. Look at who is this guy safe. It says, grind for 1 year with no distraction. Wait, when you are back, the football and younger girls will be there. You cannot finish them. Now, Okogo, everybody wants to go Okogo what? Okogo nke Akaikozi and Kai. Sadixin, our reply is here. Where is here again? Sadixin said, leave your girlfriend and become single. 1. Relationship is not why you are broke. And I don't know whether to tell you it's true or not. But I don't know if relationship is why you are broke. But let me leave it at that. Sadixin, credit to you. Credit to you for this content and credit to you for this reply. We move on from here. Thank you very much. He says, if you have a good partner, keep your relationship. Look at what he said. Many of you date 1, 2, ready, go. Nonsense. That is your real problem. Now, number 2, no football. Sleep 5 hours max daily. Football is nobody's problem. Oh. Commission of enjoyment cannot do without football because I'm the sports oracle. I do both of them and I'm living fine. Well, I'm the commissioner, so in my constituency, I live what? Fine. Now it says, what exactly should they be doing while starving themselves of sleep? Better sleep. Like guys, sleep now. Some people say, you'll be tired. You know you are tired and you can't even wake up to do something and you are still talking. What is your problem? Man, sleep. Sleep because someone you want enough sleep, you will not have a good productive day or a good productivity. I'm saying it because some of the things you think is your problem is just to sleep. Take some time and sleep. Clear the sleep well. We say sleep well. Well, because you need to sleep. You need to eat well and sleep well when you need to, not when you don't need to. Moving on. Number 3 says, grind for 1 year with no distractions. What is grind? Tell them exactly what they should do and how they should do it. See, you saw me say, see mouth like grinding. You think they don't know what they need to do to make money? It's in how money can make money. Then he said number 4. He said, when you are back, the football and younger girls will be there. When you are back from where? Did you give them direction? Please bring me back. Let me tell you, from what Sir Dixon is saying, I can't really interpret it enough. But I'm telling you that not everything will not work for you. Every formula cannot work for you. If you find out your formula, that's what I'm telling you, find out what works for you early in life. Find out what works for you early in life. Find out what works for you early in life and stay with it. If you stay with it, if you give somebody advice, if it's not working for them, they should change it too. Nobody owes you. Nobody can stay with your advice unless you know what you are doing. If you don't know what you're doing and you give somebody advice, you may be with that person. But let's leave it at that because it is the segment and it is a time. I call it a day because they may go master. Now I'm going to take you off from this show this afternoon and tell you that it is money making Monday. Man, I've told you stories that should make you to make money. Please go out and make money. Go out. Let's see by Friday and let's celebrate together. On behalf of the crew and everyone, I'm signing off as the Commissioner of Enjoyment. Wish you the best of the week. Have a wonderful time. Bye.
Looking for a window to the world? A place where news, entertainment, and culture come alive. Welcome to Aneke TV, your ultimate destination for stories that matter and moments that inspire.
At Aneke TV, we bring you breaking news, exclusive interviews, and live events coverage, all with accuracy, integrity, and a fresh perspective. From the heart of Nigeria to the far corners of the globe, we keep you informed, entertained, and connected.
Whether it's sports highlights, music and lifestyle trends, or community stories that touch lives, Aneke TV is more than just television. It's your companion in every moment. Rich, vibrant, and truly unique, our programming celebrates the diversity and energy of Nigeria while keeping you at the pulse of the world. Don't just watch TV, experience it, live it. Move with the world with Aneke TV. Follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Because at Aneke TV, the world comes to you.
Aneke TV, move with the world.
Aneke TV and the Office of the Special Advisor to the Enugu State Governor on Political Matters have resolved to collaborate in strengthening public communication and promoting people-centered governance across the state. The resolution was reached during a courtesy visit by a delegation from Aneke TV to the Special Advisor on Political Matters, Chief Frank Anyoma, at the Government House, Enugu. While welcoming the initiative, Chief Frank Anyoma reaffirmed the Enugu State government's commitment to inclusive governance and sustainable development. He commended Aneke TV for its role in public enlightenment and formally granted the station approval to cover activities and programs of his office.
I am highly delighted to have the Aneke TV crew in my office this afternoon. I'm humbled by the kind words You're welcome to today's edition of our program, Arena, on Aneke TV in southeast of Nigeria. And our topic for today is restructuring Nigeria and the possible outcome or possible consequences. Nigeria has been a nation that's gone through a lot of problems, eliciting a lot of discussions from various quarters. Some insisting that Nigeria requires some kind of restructuring, while some others says Nigeria is good the way it is. But we can see that the situation in Nigeria has not helped matters. We have so many issues: security issues, economic issues, social issues, and all the rest of them. And as it is, one has to now think that some discourse has to come into play in ensuring that Nigeria moves forward. And so here on Aneke TV, we are discussing on Arena, restructuring Nigeria, and of course the possible outcome. And with me in the studio to discuss this issue is an erudite scholar, the Vice President of Alibo Development Foundation.
Of course, also the Secretary Igbo Leaders of Thought is a man that has lent his voice to various issues of national discourse. May I welcome you, Professor Jesse Chukwokolo, to the studio.
Thank you. Viewers, we are here today and this is a very critical issue. Please lend us your voices, your ears, so that we can discuss.
So, for us to move forward, I want to ask you, Prof, restructuring Nigeria as it is. Could you please possibly give an overview of what it is to restructure Nigeria, given the situation that the Nigerian polity has been over the years?
Thank you. Wow. We have had a checkered history as a nation state, and based on that, there are various experimentations people have tried to. So there are various experimentations people have tried to subject the country to. And you see, the fight to decolonize Nigeria and get independence ended. And when it ended, the very first 5 years were golden years where people practiced regionalism. And the level of regionalism gave independence to a lot of people until a certain level of crisis came, on board. And when that crisis came, the military took over. When the military took over, there was something the military thought was right. And that was what could have ended the ill-fated genocide against Eastern Nigeria. That was the Aburi Accord. The Aburi Accord contained a very sensitive solution to solving the problems that were there at the time. So since that time up till now, there has been clamor for how the best kind of constitution. In 1979, the presidential system came on board to replace the parliamentary system we had before. Now we have tried, and people are saying this presidential system is too expensive, it is not helping matters. So the main challenge now is, what is the restructuring template that people, because everybody say, oh, we agreed we should restructure, but the problem now is restructure to what? That's the major thing, that the problem that we have now.
And that's exactly where I am coming to. From your idea about restructuring, how would you want the structure go? How would you want the structure in general go? We are talking about the governmental system.
Well, recently I was a guest of Igbo in the National Assembly under the aegis of Igbo Leaders of Thought. I went, I visited them, I gave them what we call our own templates for restructuring, and it was something we took quite a long time to arrive at. We had a very serious debate, and we stayed for quite some days tinkering on the thing, and we arrived at that. What we are thinking squarely is that if you are restructuring Nigeria, there are certain fundamental things that must be there. One, for we, Igbo, we don't think that it is important that you balkanize us. Igbo people are in at least 13 states in Nigeria, but only 5. It's recently that Anioma has accepted that they are part of us, and then the Rivers people, some are saying they are not part of us, some are saying they are part of us. But you see, we are saying fundamentally that we should restructure Nigeria in a way that ethnic nationalities will be together. The Yoruba people are doing it. The entire Yoruba people in Kogi, Wara, and the Sikhs, even some part of them that are in Edo, all of them are coming together. So because one fundamental thing is that when all of us, all the ethnic or tribes are together, you will see that they will have that sense of belonging, sense of oneness, and they will be able to discuss the issues concerning them. That's one. The second one is that in terms of security, we believe strongly that if we restructure in such a way that we have state police, who the hell is that person that will come to your place and be fighting you? People are aware that why this banditry is ongoing is because it is only at the national that security happens. I recall when this thing happened at Nimbo. It was learned that the then governor of the state called the police. The police couldn't work because they were not answerable to him. So he tried to link up the national, and it didn't happen as quick as he thought. But supposing he was the chief security officer, he would give orders. He would have even known how to protect his people. So we will do it in such a way that it will happen to that point. Then again, we are thinking also that the army has to be restructured in such a way that the military high command will be populated by the different regions in equal basis. And then when we are talking of the economic restructuring, we are talking of people should manage their resources in such a way that you contribute certain agreed percentage to the center. And if you do that, people will develop at their pace the way people were developing. While I was doing my PhD research, I saw, in fact, that Michigan State University said that eastern region of Nigeria was the fastest developing economy between 1953 and 1966. Fastest developing economy. What happened?
In West Africa?
In the whole world. That was what they said. It's there. The evidence is there.
And today?
And today Nigeria has happened to us, and we cannot develop. But if people had had a certain level of autonomy, you decide to develop at the pace that you want. So this is what we are clamoring for. There are some people some regions who are not ready. They are just parasites. Anything, they just, what we get now, look at the way things are. The oil that was found in Eastern region, was given to Nigeria, or is still given to Nigeria, they are using it for the whole country. But the solid minerals in the north, they are using it individually. That's the truth. So the point I'm making is that if we have that level of restructuring, there are some other details to it. But this is the
we will come to the state policy you mentioned earlier, but then is it as a result of the present constitutional provisions that the oil goes to everybody while the solid minerals in the north are being harnessed by the states where they are domiciled? So is it as a result of the laws? Is there any form of dichotomy as to the minerals that are deposited in Nigeria? And then dichotomy as to who owns it, and then dichotomy has to be owned by the federating units and the ones that will be owned by the country as a whole.
No, by law, there's no dichotomy. But by practice, there is. You see, Nigeria is a country where there are levels, variations of laws operating for individuals. If you see, we all are watching where banditry takes place the way it does, and governors, local government chairmen will go up there and negotiate, attend the weddings of the children of those bandits, give them money. They will be televised, we see them. But if people from Eastern region, or what people call Southeast, I don't believe in that, if it happens here, people just stand up one day with flags to say, we are not happy the way we are being marginalized. You will see the full wrath of the armed forces. Operation Short Python Dance, Operation Crocodile Smile, all those kinds, they will come and kill a lot of people. And that's where we are today. That bandits, a bandit convicted was in prison for about 12 years, whereas Kano, who has no evidence that he killed anybody except his radio broadcast, was in prison for life. And the judge was saying he had mercy because he would have killed him. I mean,
giving a death sentence.
Giving a death sentence, and that kind of thing. So what I'm saying is that there are two laws operating in Nigeria. Once it comes to us from down here, it is for everybody.
The law becomes stringent.
But once it comes to the other side,
so
you know what it is. So this is the problem. It's not that the law is clear that all the minerals are owned by the federal. But when it comes to the solid minerals in the north, the states and some powerful individuals will be cooperating on it. That's the point, and that's the fact.
So, in effect, you are saying that there is marginalization, and they may have caused the agitations. Because when you talk about agitations, we have agitations down here. You said you don't believe in Southeast, but you still believe there had been agitation about Biafra.
Marginalization of Ndibo. I like to use the word Ndibo as against Southeast.
Okay.
Because
so
the
based on
demean us.
Based on this marginalization, there's been this clamor either for restructuring or for self-actualization. So
Which one are the Ndibo, allied to? Is it for the
restructuring for an inclusive government in Nigeria, or self-actualization, as it may be? Because some people seem to be asking for a referendum for some people to actually go in for some ethnic nations.
So when you look at this thing very well, I have sat down to look at it, and I am convinced that the issue is not Igbo people live everywhere in Nigeria. They are not just looking for their own country, just looking for a separate nation. No. The level of marginalization is saying it's either we belong here or you leave us to stay on our own. I think that's what the issue is. So if Nigeria turns out now and decides on its own to say, well, let's restructure in a way that the Igbo man will be part of it. Look at the appointments under Tinubu. Look at the appointments under Buhari. The Igbo man had no place under Buhari in the national security architecture. Yet, the Igbo man lives in every part of the country in a way that after the indigenous people, they become the next. Some places they compete with the indigenous people, yet they will not be part of the security architecture, taking care of them. I think that was why people felt that the level of marginalization was too much, that some young people started thinking on, look, to attempt Nigeria. But I personally feel that if Nigeria would come a round table to sit down and discuss and implement the laws. We have these federal character laws. Who operates them? Who implement? Anybody who comes and becomes president starts thinking, look at Ndibu, we have 5 ministers. But one state in the southwest has 4 states. And when you think of the grade, the grade level, you see that the ministries were holding. It's just the only one that is grade A ministries works that Omar is holding. Otherwise, we have nothing. So the point I'm making is that I believe strongly that it is the unacceptable level of marginalization that is making people say, no, we can't continue, we are not second-class people. And look at what is going on in Lagos. We have people, I will come, buy land, build, develop, even squirrels, develop it, even inside ocean. You will go and bring it out and sell, will develop. You will suddenly want to chase away the people. It's not done anywhere in the world. People have properties all over the world. And there's no other place they are dealing with us the way they are doing in Nigeria, especially in Lagos under Tinubu. Because Tinubu started all these things that we know it. So the point, okay, look at down here, there was a time when we used to have Eastern ports. Today we don't. It's not as if the facilities are damaged. No, they are there. But state policies and implementation made it that you must bring here goods from Lagos. And who are those people importing? 80% of importations are done by Igbo.
Yeah, but I think they are trying to open up another one port down the Onitsha axis presently.
If you look at that, what is the volume? If you see when they were doing the second Niger bridge, Buhari purposefully did the level to below that big ships cannot pass through that place. And we were clamoring that time, but it never cared. So these are systemic problems of marginalization. The things can never, before people were talking about Christian genocide, they say they were denying it until the American people came here secretly, did their investigation, journalists, and went back and said, look, it is happening. People started, they were saying banditry was just, it's a common, it's a normal thing that is happening. But immediately they said they agreed there's banditry, but it is not against the Christians. You see? So these are the challenges, denials of facts of what is going on. So for me, the solution is simple, and they have implications as we are talking. If we don't restructure.
Okay. Prof, you talked about state police earlier. That if we had state police, that is, you're advocating for state police anyway, yes, from your submission. That if we do have state police, that the chances are that we'll better handle insecurity. Yes. But my question is, we have debated on issues of state police all along. Some schools of thought say Nigeria is not ripe to have state police. That the CEOs, when I say CEOs,
I understand the governors.
The CEOs of the states will use same as a tool for intimidation and politics to silence political enemies. That it will be difficult for this state police to function effectively and, of course, do the rightful things that have been created for. So, what is your opinion about this? Because there are diverse opinions about if the state police, and beyond that, we talk about policing. How much is police paid in Nigeria? Who funds it? The state governors with the kind of hues and cries as to limited resources, how do they fund it? And if you want the police not to be corrupt, just like the inherent situation in Nigeria, you have to pay them well, you have to insure them, you have to also provide all the necessary equipment for effective policing. So, do we have all these things in place? And have you considered all these things before you advocated for state police?
I have. You see, at the federal level, they're not using the thing to deal with their opponents. It's a normal thing that where human beings are, that something that should have been honestly very good, sometimes people use them negatively. But you can make a law that gives somebody extreme liberty. That's why people, for somebody like me, I feel strongly that if we have state policy, what we will do is to also have a caveat on how to manage the CEOs, so that we will be able to get the thing in a way that will not deal with anybody. For instance, now I've checked a lot of things concerning that. If you a lot of the commissioner in Enugu here is not Igbo. I knew when the Igbo commissioner was here, and there were so many things that happened that he was able to stop. So what he did at the time, he knew the terrain. The other person may not know. That's one. The other day I read on the social media where they accuse a police person when they send them down here from the north, they say, well, nonchalance, it's not their place. But you see, if I'm a commissioner of police and I come to Southeast and I'm Igbo, that's where I will feel to deal with any situation, because I will have personal stake. I can't come here, I don't know who may be killed, whether it's my brother or relation or sister, anything. That's one. The other one is that you talked about funding. If we restructure, economic restructuring, there's no state in the world that they have enough money to deal with their issues. But if people want to sincerely run the state, there will be enough money to fund police. Police is also even being funded properly now. The only issue is that those who are managing them, the funds, are not doing the thing well. If you give them all the vehicles and all the things you are giving, and once in a while you hear of the stories where you want to do some things and bring out money, the big men in the police force will put the money in their pockets and force the men in the ranks and file to go and do those things without. I've seen some police people beg me on the road to subsidize for fuel for them, and sometimes I will try to ask, I will try to inquire to be sure that they are not. You see that they don't have fuel in their car, you may help. I've helped at least twice on the highways when I got convinced that look, these people don't have fuel. Sometimes you see vehicles that they should be using to chase robbers. The vehicles will be dilapidated. So how do you think that one is coming from? It's about the value system that the people have. So there will be need for re-evaluation, transvaluation of our values, because if we don't have that, bring any kind of money and give to these people who have decided to be corrupt, they will still be like that. So two things will help us. We will change our values and we have economic restructuring so that governors will generate funds from what is the minerals in their environment. And I think any state that wants to come should be created out of viability so that you'll be able to take care of these things that you need to be done. That's my own take.
And are they considering the creation of states? You know, are they considering the viability of environments, the places for the creation of the states? Or are they banking on just the clamor by some people for creation of states? Because the balkanization of the Nigerian nation into fragment units called states, which are federating units, and the very big presidential system that is very difficult in financing, has it not actually made the situation worse? I think we should be thinking. Of restructuring to the earlier parliamentary system of government that is within manageable conditions, like you earlier said, so that the center will be made to be more unattractive, kind of.
That's exactly what we are thinking. When you make the center unattractive, people don't waste their time. As we agree. But let me tell you also, this state creation, if you look at what is going on, the first basic instinct we have is that other people have 7 in their zones, the other 6, and we have 5. That there must be equity first of all. If you say you are not marginalizing us, why is it going that way? If you are saying you are not marginalizing us, why is it that it has come to the turn of the so-called Southeast to produce a president, and you people refuse, and people started talking about it is their turn? I mean, it's whether anybody likes it or not, it is a recipe for agitation. And for me, if those things are not properly addressed, the agitation will continue. Therefore, like you have said, have become an ideology. I recall in October I went to give lectures in a keynote lecture in Benue State University, now Father Adasui in Dasi, and I saw people reacting regarding Biafra as a principle of justice and equity. I was surprised. Some people were responding, to my paper, and they used Biafra in the sense of getting national justice and equity. And they say, no, it's not about the Biafra of geography. It's not about the Biafra of equity, national justice. I was like, I learned that one, because if we don't do these things the way we are supposed to do them, I can tell you that this agitation will continue. Even if you like kill everybody here, the other people who will come, the condition will also throw the agitation up. That is it. So, and there are so many things we need to discuss about restructuring, but
we are going to discuss about it. But let us pause for a break. When we come back, we'll continue with our discussion on our topic, restructuring Nigeria and the possible outcome. We are here at Aneke TV and the program is Arena. My guest is still here and I am still your anchor, Rex Arum. Please stay tuned. Don't touch the dial.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come live. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV. You're welcome back. Our program is Arena, Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And our guest is still here, Professor J.C. Chukwuokolo. The Prof was talking about the many other ideas about getting Nigeria restructured. And of course, we know the Prof that each time he opens his mouth, he writes a book, a very big book. A professor of good standing, professor of professors, is now, graduating PhD holders who are also going to be professors someday. Prof, so what are the other possible things that has to be included in restructuring in Nigeria? Because after this, we will still come to talk extensively on the structure of security outside what we did in police. You talked about the army and the federal character, the armed forces and the federal character and all of that. We still see a lot of lapses. We'll still come back to that. But in the area of economic restructuring, what do we have? We had earlier you had earlier made submissions on the deposits, the mineral deposits in Nigeria, and how it's being managed, and how it has not been fair, how marginalization has caved in, but you have not said exactly what should be done for Nigerians to begin to enjoy those things. So what do we do economically and to ensure that everything that belongs to Nigeria belongs to Nigeria, and that it should not be hijacked or stolen, or if the issues should not be influenced in such a way that some people will be crying foul?
Rex, I'm challenged because we must go back to the roots. By my training, I am trained to look at solutions from the root cause. If we look at the problems from the roots, one basic thing we must do is to sit down and renegotiate with Britain. Britain bought Nigeria from the Turbo Mongolians Royal Niger Company at a price 853,000 pounds in 1899. Now, I want us to see the perspective why it is. So I have a company, both of us, we have a company, and this company we put CEOs that will be doing things in the way we like, and board members. So in this scenario, I look at Britain as the owners of Nigeria, and they are in the board. Our presidents are the CEOs. They appoint. And so, if we do not go and renegotiate with them, they won't get the best of people who can manage the thing. Rather, the best of those who can manage the business they have here will be the people who they will kowtow for them. Unfortunately, those who will place Nigeria in the pedestal we're expecting it may not be ready to kowtow for Britain. So how do you become chief CEO in the first instance? Whether anybody likes it or not, you can't become president of Nigeria without the influence of Britain. And what are the things Britain consider? What are their considerations? These are very important. So I said we must get to the roots. So if we get to the root, we might come back together and start discussing with them. Oh, you bought this thing. Some people have said that they bought it and felt that from amalgamation that it will be 100 years in the first instance before people will renegotiate. So there must be concerted efforts, because all the people who are pretending to be doing this restructuring, like Tinubu, he rode on that mantra to become president. You know, all the things I've been doing in the Aneke era and all the progressive era, he rode on the point that if he comes, he will restructure Nigeria and get it better. People thought he would do it. It's possible he had that in mind, but once you come on board, the question becomes, how do I want you to do my company? So I think we will get back to that point and discuss with those who feel and own Nigeria as a business enterprise.
So in effect, you are trying to say there are still influences of our colonial masters on the goings on in Nigeria.
Very, very. Otherwise, why is it that if you want to become president, you go first of all to Chatham House to get their blessing? Have you ever seen anybody who wants to be president who doesn't go to Chatham House to get their, and they will be interested, and they will look at it, assess you there, and once they finish that assessment, you will already know whether you win or not. And that's why the kind of sham that happened in 2023 presidential election will happen, and nobody will say anything.
So are you saying that the clamor, you know, the hues and cry about fraud in our electoral system is not instrumental to those things you are, you know, alluding to the Chatham House?
I am also somebody who feel that you need to wangle your way out of situations by your own thinking. Even if somebody owns this business and they are working with it, you should be able to convince that person that look at what you should do for you. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that if you look at the way things are, there are so many things that have gotten so bad. So you can see some people are saying we have judicial capture in Nigeria. The other day, somebody also in the National Assembly said, look, that there is National Assembly capture too, and all those kinds of things, because the things people are supposed to do by law, nobody is doing. Look at where the Supreme Court openly endorsed that the president has powers to sack another person who was elected by such a person and all those things.
Is it not a misinterpretation by the media? Because some judicial eggheads have come out to say, people like Femi Falana said
the Supreme Court never did any such ruling. But those who reported same misinterpreted it. They said that the president has right to declare a state of emergency, but not to sack an elected executive or legislature.
But that was what he did. He declared and
yes,
sacked.
he did, but it was wrong.
That's the point we're making. That they don't have that. That's why Justice Obunya Obande was the only person who said no, the president has no such right, and gave his own minority judgment. It doesn't matter about at least he has set that precedent in law. I read that judgment, and I wasn't surprised because the way the things are now, it is unfortunate. But we have not all hope. I don't lost hope. I mean, the hope is not gone. So what I'm trying to say is that there must be a way, because when you are thinking of this restructuring economically and all whatnot, one of the things I have seen is that those who are talking about this are not sincere. And when the people who are in charge of your politics are not sincere, when the people, you see, if you check any state that got the governors are elected by the people, they perform very well. But when there are other places that they have their strength from, they don't care whether you vote for them or not, second term. So these are the challenges. But I also feel that we should do more as citizens, because irresponsible citizenry will make people say, I give you this example. Immediately after this election in 2023, I went for a Humboldt fellowship in Germany. And in the conference, I gave my papers. After giving my papers, somebody came, a black man. I didn't know he was a Nigerian too, a priest at that from Kogi State. So he said that my lecture was advertised in the University of the Right, so he came. And after it, he was accusing European Union of coming here and staying, and the election was rigged. The host of the program said, look, you people are not serious. We in Nigeria, the European Union in Nigeria said this election was rigged, came back and still said it, and they waited for you people to respond. You didn't respond. And so what are you talking about now? We should start fighting for you people. That in their own countries, when things are done wrongly, they find ways of agitating, civil agitation, not armed agitation.
Okay. You know. And in few words, what is the way forward?
The way forward is a more committed citizenry. Because if the citizenry, the electorate, if we become more committed, remember again that in 2023, the youths were committed and they made sure they voted for the candidate of their choice, and the results were announced early in the morning where people were asleep. But that's not the issue. The issue is that if we decide and say enough is enough, it can happen.
Yes, Professor Jesse Chukwokolo says, until we say enough is enough, well, there may be any way forward out of the quagmire in Nigeria in terms of how things are being done. Whether it is economic, security, electoral system, or whatever that is involved, Nigeria will not make any very meaningful headway, except that the people of Nigeria will begin to say that something has to be done. Evil subsists in every given society because honest men stay aloof. This is where we're going to draw the curtain of today's edition of Arena on Aneke TV, and from Professor Jesse Chukwokolo.
Thank you, and may God bless you, viewers.
And thank you, viewer, for being there with us. Keep watching Aneke TV, and Merry Christmas in advance.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Dedication is doing your best, even when no one is watching. It is the quiet force behind every masterpiece and every breakthrough. With consistency and focus, you don't just chase excellence, you become it. Stay dedicated, the results will speak.
Ụmụ Igbo geenụ ntị, ụbọchị dị ịrịba ama na-abịa, ụbọchị anyị ga-ewelite obi anyị elu, welie olu anyị ma nye ekene dịka ofu ndị. Nke a ga-abụ izizi ụmụafọ Igbo bụ Archbishop, Bishop ma ndị otu ọhaneze ndị Igbo na-ewepụta ụbọchị Satọde nke ikpeazụ n'ọnwa Jenụwarị a ka ọ bụrụ ụbọchị ụmụ Igbo n'ụwa niile ga-eji fee Chukwu ofufe ma tụọrọ ya mma mma. Otu ụka Kraịst dị iche iche na nsọtụ niile nke ala Igbo na n'ụwa gbaa gburugburu ga-eji abalị 31 nke ọnwa Jenụwarị afọ abụ 2026 site n'elekere 9 nke ụtụtụ ruo n'elekere 12 nke ehihie wee nwee ofufe nri otu oge n'asụsụ Igbo iji gosipụta ịdị n'otu na obi ekene. Nke a gafere ofufe nkịtị, ọ bụ mmemme iji kene Chukwu etu o si maa anyị a na-egbu achara achara a na-eto. Ụbọchị eji echeta etu ndị Igbo si nafere na njinji niile jiri oge a lụrụ agha, mmeri anyị na-enwe mgbe ọbụla a lara akụnụba anyị na ihe ndị anyị kpatara n'iyi, mmeri anyị n'oge ihe isi ike ya na nnukwuru nnu afọ eji akpachapụ ma na-emegbu anyị, emechakwa anyị asụrụ gede nwekwuo uche ma kpọsie ike. Ndị Archbishop ụka dị iche iche ma Anglican, Katọlik, Methodist, Presbyterian na Pentecostal tinyere otu Christian Association of Nigeria CAN n'ala Igbo na-agba ụmụafọ Igbo niile ma okenye, ụmụ na-eto eto na ụmụaka ume ka ha sonye n'emume a n'ebe ọbụla onye nọ. Chịkọta mmụọ gị ọnụ, kwado onwe gị nke ọma ka ị soro welite olu gị nye Chineke ekene maka akụkọ niile gbasara ndị Igbo nke bụ akụkọ maka okwukwe, obi dị mkpa na mmeri anyị. N'abalị 31 nke ọnwa Jenụwarị afọ abụ 2026, ụmụ Igbo ga-ejikọta ọnụ bụrụ ofu ndị.
Aneke television. Heu agiribonu dị egwu nkwa azụghị n'ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu mma. Heu mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme, mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emerụ ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television